drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody, we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know what? Hoosier is?
Hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got some
but
money?
do you know what a
Going
Hoosier
to
is?
the whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay, got something to do with things.
Throw some cool
And from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen.
Well, I do know at one
Come
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
I'm Jenny Gage, and this is Life Take Two.
Kristi Noem and Donald Trump and all of the MAGA Christians support this. That's what we need to absorb. There is a sect of the Republican Party and of the Christian religion that supports cruelty, that supports dehumanizing people. They support every ounce of this. Many Americans right now, I would say about 30%, do not want democracy, do not want to mind their own business.
A lot of people are saying that America is acting like 1930s Germany. I disagree. And I think that those people who are saying that haven't read an American history book for a while. America is acting like America. This is us. This is who we are. I think what's happened is that we've had this little bubble of peace where it went on for so long that it allowed us Americans to have kind of this collective societal amnesia about our roots and who we were in the not very distant future. It's allowed us to forget about racism and chattel slavery. It's allowed us to forget about anti-Semitism, misogyny, and egregious income disparity and widespread corruption in our government. Things like Watergate, which happened right before I was born. You know who hasn't forgotten about that is MAGA. When they say make America great again, they don't have another country in mind that they're looking to for inspiration. They are dusting off the history books. They have a specific era in American history that again is all about. So we're going to dive into that today. First, we need to start with the two most important widows in the world today, Erica Kirk and Becca Good. In September, we all watched America virtually implode, not because of Charlie Kirk's death, but because of people's reaction to it. People were fired from their jobs, harassed, ghosted by friends for even hinting that they were just a little bit happy just that Charlie Kirk wasn't here spreading his ideas anymore. There was intense backlash against anyone who wasn't in mourning and anyone who didn't love and support his widow, Erica. My 23-year-old daughter has not spoken to me since the week of that funeral right here in my hometown because I said that I didn't like Erica Kirk and that she's not exactly my example of womanhood. So after Charlie was killed, remember Erica recorded this weird public statement that she wanted revenge. Then she totally backtracked and at the funeral said that she forgave the alleged killer. And ever since then, she's been busy prancing around the country, just, dabbing at invisible tears with throngs of supporters. And those supporters attack anyone who doesn't absolutely love and support Erica Kirk. Here's what we all heard from the MAGA people during this. Assassination is never okay. Being happy that someone is dead is psychotic. And being mean to a widow and speaking ill of the dead is despicable. Okay, make a note of these items because we need them in a minute here. So, Renee Good is killed in Minnesota. We have all the rules. Assassination, not okay. Being happy someone is dead, not okay. Being mean to a widow and speaking ill of the dead, you're a psycho. But as you all know, MAGA folks everywhere are blowing up their Facebook pages and TikToks defending the ICE agent. When I checked his GoFund here just a little while ago, there was over $600,000 raised for this ICE agent. I did hear from someone else that GoFund is investigating this fundraiser because it may violate their policies to fundraise for the killer, John Ross. I do think it's really important to point out, too, that Becca Good is at home mourning. She's not on some big Life of a Showgirl tour trying to get any type of airtime because her wife died. She released a public statement and she's at home with their children, grief-stricken and mourning. One of the biggest things that I'm reading in comments on my page is things like, Renee had it coming, Renee did this to herself, Renee asked for this. And I just wonder, what if I had posted videos that Charlie had it coming? What if all of us had done that? MAGA would have lost their shit. And I do want to point out here that I am a peaceful anarchist. I don't think that we should ever be violent, and I never promote or support it. 2 years ago, as you know, I was MAGA, and I spent most of my life, 48 and a half years, inside Christian nationalism, what I personally think should be called American Zionism, because that fits a little bit better than Christian nationalism. And today I'm deeply concerned about the state of our country, because I personally understand exactly what's happening right now, and I don't think most people do. What we're living through isn't just political polarization. It's not just cultural tension. It's a slow and holy erosion of democracy itself. And almost nobody is talking about the real danger MAGA poses to our nation. Not like this, not like I'm going to in this video. I'm going to explain why the reaction to the two different widows is so very different. The founding fathers understood something crucial, that when religion and government merge, freedom dies. They had seen what theocracy did to Europe. They knew what happens when political power claims divine authority. So when they built the United States, they didn't just protect freedom of religion, they also built in a safeguard against religious control. And I picture this as like when you're going down a mountain and there are those bumpers on the side of the road there to just give you a little bit of protection. That safeguard is the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, written primarily by James Madison and shaped by Thomas Jefferson's version of a wall of separation between church and state. The Establishment Clause prohibits the U.S. government from establishing, endorsing, or favoring any religion. In other words, you can believe whatever you want, but the government cannot govern in the name of God, because history has shown us again and again that when leaders claim divine authority, human rights become optional and democracy becomes disposable. This is exactly what's happening right now. Right now, we are witnessing the battle of two documents, Bible versus Constitution. Unlike the Bible, the Constitution is this living and breathing document that can grow with us. The founders knew that. They were actually brilliant in the way that they established the political underpinnings of this nation, that they knew it wasn't going to be this tiny little clump of colonies forever. They knew that we would expand and populate, right? And they gave us that space. The Bible cannot grow. It has no room to do so. This book was compiled by goat herders and enslavers and mass murderers who carried out widespread genocide thousands of years ago. And instead of growing with America, what it does is it acts like an anchor on a rope that's too short for the depth of water that we're in. And it's going to sink our ship if we don't cut it loose. And our founding fathers knew that. That's why they gave us something besides the Bible to rule with. They knew it would sink our ship. And that is where we find ourselves today. So here's the issue that nobody is understanding, that I understand, because I was a Christian nationalist and I just left that 2 years ago. And this is why average Americans who seem very normal are literally glad that 37-year-old Renee Good's life was ended by ICE. This right here is why the reaction to Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, and the reaction to Renee Good's widow, Becca, are completely different. Why they've throwing the rules in the garbage and don't give one rat's ass about it. This is why MAGA is embracing assassination is okay. Being happy someone is dead is okay. Being mean to a widow and speaking ill of the dead, perfectly okay thing to do. The United States is a nation, and nations are ruled by laws. This is obvious. When citizens break the laws, they are criminals. Christianity is a religion and is governed by the commandments found in the Bible. Believers who break commandments are not criminals, they are sinners. Stay with me here. Nobody is talking about this. The problem with Christian nationalism or American Zionism, which I believe is a complete abomination, is that it doesn't just care about laws, it cares about sins. Christian nationalists are working hard right now to make it illegal to sin, to legalize things like the sin of abortion, the sin of gay marriage, the sin of non-belief, the sin of divorce, the sin of breaking God's pattern for the family, which they believe is the nuclear family with Adam and Eve, you know, the man as the provider, the wife as the helpmeet. That's where we find ourselves today with a group that's in power that doesn't care about criminality. They care about righteousness, and they are trying to legislate sin. Here's the piece that almost no one seems to understand except us former Christian nationalists. Why many average Americans who appear normal, decent, everyday people are reacting with relief or even joy over the death of a 37-year-old woman, Renee Good, at the hands of ICE. Renee was a U.S. citizen. She was a good citizen. She was a mother, a poet, a writer, killed by an ICE agent during a federal immigration enforcement action in Minneapolis. Her family and community describe her as compassionate and loving, and her death has sparked protests, vigils, marches, and national debate about the use of lethal force by these federal agents. And everybody is so hung up on this discussion around ICE jurisdiction that they're missing what's causing this whole thing. Here's the colder reality. The United States is still at its core a nation governed by laws. Again, nations make rules. Citizens who break those rules are subject to consequences under those laws. That's obvious. But Christianity has taken over, and all they care about is the sin, because Christianity is governed by those moral commandments. All of these seemingly normal, good people who are just barfing up brutal garbage about Renee Good and putting these comments up that I don't even want to post on my page because they're so diabolical. They're not focused on whether or not she was a good citizen and whether or not she was law-abiding. They see her as a sinner. Christianity is a religion governed by moral commandments. So the believers are only going to focus and hyperfixate on sin. And let me define sin. They're judging everyone against the moral framework of their faith. The problem with Christian nationalism, which I consider fundamentally incompatible with democratic pluralism, having again lived in it my whole entire life, isn't just political, it's philosophical, because it doesn't stop at laws, because it thinks that it needs more to govern America than just the Constitution. It doesn't care merely whether something is legal or illegal. It doesn't stay within the bounds of that social contract that has been so carefully, meticulously outlined. It cares about whether or not something is a sin according to their religious book. Christian nationalists explicitly want to reshape our legal system so that violations of their moral code become crimes under civil law. I don't know if you watched The Handmaid's Tale or read the book. They're both blood-curdling to me. In fact, a couple episodes into the series, I had an actual panic attack and had to reach out to my therapist because it resonated so much with my life in Christian nationalist, white supremacist, 1980s prepping Mormonism that I almost couldn't watch the series. Seeing it be brought to life on screen like that did me in. Christian nationalists want laws that mirror what they consider moral transgressions. Things like restricting abortion rights, reversing LGBTQ plus marriage equality, enshrining religious norms into state power. That shift from law protecting order to law enforcing a specific religion's morality is what makes this so dangerous. Christian nationalism isn't just about enforcing laws anymore. It's about enforcing righteousness according to the Bible's definition. It's about deciding who is holy and who is sinful and who even deserves basic humanity. And I know this all too well because when I was a Christian nationalist and I believed the Book of Mormon and the Bible that taught me that certain people were good and certain people were under demonic possession, there were some phrases that we used in Mormonism like son of perdition, son of the devil, follower of Satan, Gentiles, apostates, heretics, non-believers, non-members, outcasts, and of course, just your good old-fashioned sinners. On the topic of Germany, some of the saddest Nazi propaganda that I've ever seen is artwork depicting Jewish people as boogeymen with dark skin, huge noses, ragged clothes, terrifying facial expressions, like these big hairy eyebrows. German parents were told these monsters might steal their children in the night, and the propaganda worked. The German people learned to fear their Jewish neighbors. Humans were taught to hate other people and to feel better than them. Christian nationalism isn't just about enforcing laws anymore. It's about enforcing righteousness. It's about deciding who is holy and who is sinful, and who even deserves basic humanity. This is exactly what the Bill of Rights and the Establishment Clause were designed to protect us from, a government that answers to a single religion's moral code. But at this point, the rules are just out the window. So again, back to these two widows, we see Erica being celebrated as the righteous widow. She's the representative of this righteous movement of believers. Millions of MAGA followers are pushing to criminalize what they call sin, forcing the entire country to bow to their version of God, whether we believe him or not. Meanwhile, Renee and Becca Good's life is under a microscope. There have been horrible rumors about them, which I am not even going to repeat here on my platform. And they are the bad guys. So people are celebrating the death of a mom. What terrifies me and should terrify anyone who believes in this democracy isn't just the comments, isn't just the death of Renee Good, and isn't just the people who celebrated the ICE agent who shot her. It's about what all of this reveals about how some Americans see all of the rest of us. Beyond the politics and the headlines, what's even more chilling right now, and what I want you all to pay attention to, is the mindset that surfaces in these reactions and these comments that we're seeing from people. A belief from some corners that people like Renee or anyone who doesn't fit this very narrow definition of righteousness are less than human, less worthy of empathy, less deserving of justice. That mindset isn't just a political disagreement. It is a rejection of our shared humanity. As a former MAGA believer, this is the part that terrifies me the most. Christian nationalism is ramping up right in front of our eyes. It is actively controlling righteousness and turning its moral code into codified law. It wants some people elevated and protected and others dismissed as unworthy, immoral, or even evil. That worldview isn't compatible with the Bill of Rights. It isn't compatible with the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. The founders knew what they were doing when they...
Well, she was almost 100% white. White. She was almost 100% right. At the beginning, and I cannot remember her actual name, but the name of her show is Life Take Two. And she is actually surprisingly right, but not quite 100%. There are a couple things she left out. Number one, when she says that America is being America, the America was set up by that same Bill of Rights that she wants to accept from this religious and white nationalism. Essentially, she's right on the religion part. Madison and Jefferson and others, especially the Virginians, really they had a problem with religion and taxes and stuff like that in Virginia. And Virginia was basically the separation of church and state actually started in Virginia, at least as far as I'm aware. And it basically was the precursor of the separation of church and state in the federal constitution. Virginia had a huge problem with the Anglicans wanted to tax or persecute the Baptists and the Anabaptists. It was just a bunch of Protestants who just wanted to squabble. So taking religion out of it just kind of solved that problem. We will have the same problem if we wind up, instituting Christianity even as a thing, because the Catholics are going to be squabbling with it's just going to be like the Protestants versus the Catholics. And then, you throw in Judaism, it'll just be a mess. So I don't think anybody with any sense would go for moving the country, at least officially, making Christianity the state religion. She's also right about Europe and monarchy and religion. That's literally how America, the first moves to found America were directly because of religion and monarchy. The fools, those MAGA fools who were talking about monarchy and we need a monarchy and all that stuff. They're absolutely wrong. It's just repeating mistakes that are, easily, you can easily know about the mistakes, 200 years ago or 300 years ago. And the explanation that, we've learned a whole lot, a monarchy now would actually wind up being better than a monarchy 300 years ago. Humans don't change that much. We will wind up with the same problems or repeating the same problems that happened, which prompted at the founding of the United States to reject monarchy. But the other thing she gets wrong, and I think I've heard her talk on this before, it's just that, she didn't get around to it apparently in this video. Christian nationalism is practically synonymous with white nationalism. Okay, they want a Christian and white nation. And the quickest example I can think of it is our vice president talking about, hey, you don't have to be ashamed of being white again or some bullshit like that. It's just saying that makes you a racist. We're not even Americans anymore. You got to be proud to be white also. I was reading an article in the New York Times, which I'm trying to find, but I may not get around to it, talking about DEI. And all of a sudden, the Trump administration has gotten the idea that the civil rights movement basically hurt white men because they couldn't get into the college of their choice or, some bullshit like that. These people act like, life is a zero-sum game. That's exactly what Stephen Miller was talking about. This idea that if you have the power to do it, you should do it if you want to do it. That is literally a problem. It will lead to problems over time if you actually want to lead that way. And this 19th century idea that might makes right, again, that led to world wars. I guess, MAGA doesn't read history books, so they're not aware that, this might make right stuff. Um, you live by the sword, you'll die by the sword. But I don't want to get too deep into it because it's kind of a running theme, with this show. Hey, Shara. Um, we will be getting into the topic, the Rebecca, or what's her name, Renee Good stuff, at least for a little while. The other thing, this Corey Holcomb thing, which I was just going to skip altogether because I'm not interested in a bunch of old YNs squabbling on a YouTube show. There are more important things going on, but so many people are talking about it. I went ahead and clipped a little bit of it, and what I have to say about the show really has nothing to do with that little, two wannabe YNs squabbling over who sucks whose dick. It was totally, dude. That was so fucking high school. It was just, I didn't even watch it past that. Um, CKJ3 says there are a lot of people who don't watch Corey Holcomb show. They don't understand he's a comedian, but in my opinion, he was right about Anton. Well, apparently people have their favorite. Um, Honestly, I know who Anton Daniels is. Just I don't know, just because. I have no clue who Corey Holcomb is until now. And from what I watched of the show, neither one of them. They both have problems, and I will discuss them. So let us move on. Just a couple quick news stories. U.S. is evacuating folks from Qatar. I guess this is, this is either saber rattling or Trump actually does plan on attacking Iraq. I don't see why the United States, other than turning on internet and kind of doing what we do from the sidelines, I see no reason for military action. Let these people do what they're going to do, and let them do it without U.S. intervention. America does not have a good reputation. If you'll remember the Arab Spring, I honestly think America did more harm than good. Hold on one sec. I've got my microwave alarm going off. Be right back. Sorry for the dead air, folks. I am preheating my oven. Gonna make some hamburger buns. So I set my alarm for when the stove reaches temperature. Forgot about it. So let's see here. So Qatar, I don't think America should get involved in Iran other than, we turned Starlink back on. Anything we can do to support short of military action, I'm for. Anything more than that is just, America doesn't have a good reputation. We basically aren't smart enough to interfere, especially this administration. So next, This doesn't surprise me. Trump administration indefinitely pauses immigrant visa processing for 75 nations. That's more than half the nations on earth, or about half. So those nations include Brazil, Iran, Russia, Somalia. Um, so we are definitely going isolationist here. Uh, so nothing here is particularly surprising. Russia does surprise me a little bit, though. So we'll get into some more Renee Good stuff, and this is actually kind of reluctantly. I don't usually like to, I usually like to let these things kind of play out before I talk about them. But as Miss Life Take Two was saying, there is just a double standard. Trump would persecute people who commented on the Charlie Kirk thing, but they feel free to demonize just some regular person who was doing civil disobedience. And this is not going to bode well for the Trump administration. I saw another angle a couple hours ago. That guy pulled his gun just as she was turning her wheel to the right and pressing the gas. This guy already had his gun pulled, and the car did not hit him. People are getting it wrong, and the guy didn't. The guy had his gun. He was unholstering his gun before she had even come up to speed. He panicked, is what it looked like to me. So that is pretty much all I'm going to say about it. And I don't really care about other people's contra opinions. It's my opinion. No need to debate it. So this particular story is talking about some of the activities that Renee Good and her wife were going through. It's pretty garden variety stuff. It was just regular civil disobedience stuff. It wasn't anything as horrible as the Trump administration is saying. There was no radical activity. It was just a bunch of people, kind of saying, hey, we're going to cop watch, basically. And that's that. It was, would I have done it personally? Probably not. These people are dangerous. And I think Renee Good's biggest mistake is thinking that being a white woman would insulate her. And I likened it to the Reconstruction or post-Reconstruction period. Again, you can go back to American history. You don't have to compare this to Germany or anything. We've had some dark episodes in our own American history. But if you'll remember, people they call carpetbaggers, white Republican politicians in the South, these Southerners would shoot you down for being an N-word lover. They had no mercy. The color of your skin was not going to protect you if these, Klan types felt that you were a race traitor. So that she got killed doesn't surprise me. That she wasn't smart enough to understand that these fucking ICE thugs are really dangerous, and Trump has made them more dangerous by putting out, some sort of memo, basically saying that these people have immunity. They're basically they're making ICE extremely dangerous. And for the bad apples in that bunch, who feel empowered by that badge and gun, I fear that Renee Good is not going to be the last victim. There have been some people before Renee Good there will probably be some people afterwards. These guys are bordering on lawless, and I mentioned yesterday that Illinois and and Minnesota have filed a lawsuit. Good luck with that. I think they'll probably get an injunction. For how long, I don't know. Now that there's been, a big loss of life case, but I really wouldn't be surprised if nothing happened, to be honest. So I want to watch this, and this will probably drive some people from the audience. A bunch of lawyers talking about the Renee Good case, and I know Stacey Abrams is a is a big hit with some of you that are currently in the chat. But so what? I want to watch it.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad. Those were the words Renee Nicole Macklin Good offered in conciliation to the government agent who would shoot her dead moments later in Minneapolis.
Oh, well, we probably won't watch all of it. But we'll watch a few minutes of it. Ooh, there's an ad break in here. Maybe we'll just watch it till the first ad break. Unless it gets good.
Minnesota. ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot her in the face in an act of extraordinary cowardice that was documented on the scene and has been replayed millions of times since the murder. This was a graphic, grotesque example of state violence. Step 7 in the 10 steps to autocracy and authoritarianism, which I've laid out in the 10 steps campaign. You see, state violence is a key tool for authoritarians. Its purpose is clear. It's a stark, deadly reminder to not resist, not protest. Simply accept their demands or face the consequences. And at this stage of democracy's collapse, state violence becomes a regular feature of government. And so to normalize this horrific example of state violence, the Republican regime at various levels of government, not just the federal government, has quickly activated its preferred method of containment. 1, mislabel, 2, mislead, and 3, misdirect. You see, they begin by mislabeling, starting with who Renee Good actually is in order to strip her of her humanity. We're told to ignore her identities, that she's a mother, a wife, a poet, an activist, a U.S. citizen. Instead, we're told to recast her as a danger to America, a troublemaker, a domestic terrorist, a criminal. They do that because they want to cloak it in the specter of immigration as an evil, and therefore she was a part of the problem. Because they've already trained the broader public to discount the lives of migrants over the past year. You see, Renee Good is not a wife and a mother who was dropping off her child. She was part of the evil scourge of immigration and therefore had to be dealt with. And we're supposed to accept it because, well, we've allowed immigrants to be snatched off of the streets, to be caged in foreign prisons. We've accepted that they have been denied basic care right here on our shores. We have seen it happen and we've allowed it to continue, and therefore they think they'll get away with it because they have mislabeled who she is and who we are. After they mislabel, then they have to mislead. They have to justify Renee Good's execution by blaming the victim for her own death. And they tell us to ignore the evidence of our eyes. Media is twisting itself into pretzels to offer excuses or alternate theories. They have to mislead because otherwise we're going to demand action. And so they use this not only as a way to justify what they've done, they use it as an excuse to expand the assault, to convince us that her life was forfeited by her own actions. You see, we can't protest because the secret police will target us. And so we can't protest. We have to accept what is or face the deadly consequences. But they also want to mislead us because they want us to ignore the litany of death and injury that she now joins as at least the...
No. This is actually a little bit, if you really had to really had to make a comparison. The difference is this is a federal agent. Okay, George Zimmerman was just some neighborhood watch person. Um, Michael Brown, that was just like a local cop. This is an ICE agent shooting someone that was doing basically a civil civil disobedience. This is a big deal, VDub. This is a huge problem. And then, even if you want to get into the racial aspect, being a white woman used to mean something in this country. Apparently it doesn't anymore. So, that is, now they're targeting white female liberals. This isn't quite Trayvon Martin. There's some differences if you actually want to stop and think about it. So my don't take a Anton Daniels level understanding of American history and culture. Try and be better than Anton Daniels.
Fifth known death since the administration launched its mass deportation campaign. In fact,
no.
That number might be as high as 32.
Let me help you out again, V-Dub. I thought I was fairly clear. No. It's not important because she's white. It's important that a federal officer who had nothing to do, she wasn't a suspect. She was only doing civil disobedience. The big deal is that a federal officer did it, and the vice president is now claiming he has immunity. So even if he did something wrong, he's going to get away with it. So the reason I bring race into it is if it can happen to a white woman, it does not bode well for white women and anyone who is not a white male, basically. That's the big deal, not because she's white per se. So hopefully that'll help you out a little bit there, V-Dub. You're certainly welcome to hit the link and come up and discuss it if you need help or I need to clarify more.
But we don't know because they're misleading us to make sure we
No,
never
federal
ever
officers do
understand.
not have immediate immunity.
And ultimately, the goal is to misdirect us, to misdirect
Not
us from what
before
is
now,
actually
anyway.
happening around us. Let's be clear. The United States government now operates a masked paramilitary that is armed and believes it has the absolute right
I don't care.
to
What does
operate
YouTube?
with presumed absolute immunity.
You are definitely forcing me to stop this. Have I seen the rage of white women on YouTube? Well, I can't say that I have seen the rage of white women on YouTube, but I must ask you, how is that relevant to Renee Good? Help me out there, brother.
And what's happening here is part of what happened with the kidnapping of Maduro in Venezuela.
I don't
the killings
have a,
of more
I
than
don't,
100 people in the
I don't even have a TikTok account. I should probably get one, but so no, I don't get to see, I'm not blessed with having white women raging on my TikTok.
Caribbean and the bombing of Nigeria, which we seem to have forgotten. Because all of these are proof that lethal force is a legitimate means of repression by this administration, by this regime, by these leaders in America's name. They want us to forget who we are. They want us to forget what we believe because the goal of authoritarians is not to
see. This is kind of disturbing. And there's a historian, Tad Sturmer, who addresses this. Okay, maybe she's doing a Frederick Douglass. and kind of reading the words of the Declaration of Independence, um, I argue that Donald Trump is the most American president we have ever had, and definitely within my living memory, he's more American than any other president. And we are the people who elected Donald Trump. So stop acting like the people are good and Donald Trump is like, opposite the people. It's more people. He won the popular vote this time. So please don't act like Donald Trump is not doing what a lot of his voters would have him do. We need to stop this fucking bullshit about, America's better than this. It's not. America has always been this way. We just had a few good decades, and now we're kind of going back to how we were before World War II. It was bound to happen, to be honest.
Have accountability. It is to have unfettered power. Renee Good died. We watched it happen. The question is, what do we do in response? Our response must begin with the ICE protests that are occurring around the country. But those protests cannot be the only actions we take, because ultimately the Republican authoritarian regime is counting on us to get distracted, or worse, to believe we can do nothing at all. But the 10 steps to freedom and power that I have championed require that we do something, that we all do something, but we don't all have to do the same thing. And in this moment, we have to work in our own ways to disrupt their propaganda machine with the truth of our citizen power. We need to engage in consistent, persistent, repetitive actions, not because they're going to change everything, but because we must show that we're willing to do something. And at the local level, that means attending city council meetings and school board meetings and demanding that our elected leaders make public statements and make rules rebuking this behavior. It means that we have to publicly refuse to allow ICE on school grounds, and we have to prohibit law enforcement cooperation with their raids. Your mayor, your county executives, they can't independently stop ICE. No, they can't. But they can offer resolutions that can anger the higher ups and stand by them, because we have to create a record of opposition and a paper trail of morality.
Look, I actually like Stacey Abrams. I think she's really smart. However, I just think this white, like, legalistic approach where, Donald Trump can be shamed into doing the right thing. I don't think he can. I don't think MAGA in general, they don't care about your disgust. If you call them deplorable, it just fills them with pride. So stop this. Oh, come on. We got to create a record of protest. No, we need to make it hurt. That's what we need to do. This bullshit about tisk tisk while you're rocking on the porch sipping tea. No, you gotta make it hurt. You've got to ad hominem them. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to make it past the first commercial break, but I'm just going to go ahead and play it through.
At the state level,
till then,
legislatures are now returning to work. If your sessions are starting in your state, ask your state representative or senator to introduce legislation outlawing masked law enforcement in the state. I'm not saying it's going to pass, but we at least have to put the laws on the record. We have to put our demands on the record. But if you live in a state where it might pass, then demand that your state leaders create legal causes of action that gives citizens the right to sue under state law. Look, the right loves the 10th Amendment. On the side of progress, on the side of democracy, let's try to use it for good for once. And yes, now is the time to call Congress, House and Senate, Democrat, Republican, Independent. No more performative pragmatism from our federal government where they pass a homeland security budget that funds this assault on our liberties. The government will shut down on January 30th without a new budget or continuing resolution. But we are facing armed, masked gunmen who are willing to kill us to keep power. So yes, it is worth shutting down the government to save American lives. To save American lives, though, we have to value them, regardless of document.
Okay, that is the wrong answer. I think that shutting down the government, dude, we've got an election coming up in 10 months. No, there are other things we can do. And let me show you one of the things, and it'll probably be pointless, but, you know, we can, oops, hold on one sec. We can do kind of, I don't know. I don't think this would exactly be called pro forma, but there are things we can do. Let's listen to this.
This morning, I introduced articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I am proud to have the support of almost 70 members of Congress already from all across the country. Secretary Noem has brought her reign of terror to the Chicagoland area, LA, New Orleans, Charlotte, Durham, and communities north to south to east to west. You'll hear from some of those communities, Minnesota and Portland. She needs to be held accountable for her actions. This is why I introduced 3 articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem. Number 1, obstruction of Congress. Secretary Noem has denied me and other members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. I was denied access to the ICE facility in Broadview despite following Secretary Noem's unlawful 7-day notice requirement. It is our constitutional duty to find out what's happening in these centers where inhumane conditions continue to be reported. Number 2, violation of public trust. Secretary Noem directed DHS agents to arrest people without warrants, use tear gas against citizens, and ignore due process. She claims she's taking murderers and rapists off our streets, but none of the 614 people arrested during Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago have been charged or convicted of murder or rape. Federal agents repelled from Black Hawk helicopters and burst through an apartment in the South Shore of Chicago. That was in my district. They dragged people, U.S. citizens and immigrants alike, out of bed in the middle of the night. Number 3 is self-dealing. Secretary Noem has abused her power for personal benefit. She steered a federal contract to a new firm run by a friend. Her propaganda campaign to recruit ICE agents cost taxpayers $200 million. She made a video that turned the South Shore raid into something that looked like a movie trailer. But make no mistake, this is not a movie. This is real life, and real people are being hurt and killed. Renee Nicole Good is dead because Secretary Noem allowed her DHS agents to run amok. Families are forever torn apart. This is not about personalities or trivial disagreements. Secretary Noem has called my impeachment efforts silly. I want to tell her right now, Secretary Noem, you have violated your oath of office, and there will be consequences. I am watching you. Members of Congress are watching you. The American people, most importantly, are watching you. And most of all, we are not liking what we're seeing. If you believe impeachment is silly, then you are not taking your job or our Constitution seriously. Now is my honor.
Yeah, they cut it off right there. But the reason I show that is last week or last weekend, Trump gave a speech, I believe it was to Republican congressmen. And he said that he emphasized how important it is to win the 2026 election, because he feels if Congress winds up going to the Democrats, he's going to be impeached. And he's probably right about that. There's several things that, if you've been paying attention, all of a sudden the donors to this ballroom are being scrutinized by Elizabeth Warren. Um, they have basically pissed the American people off, even some of Trump's voters. You can go on YouTube and social media, and you're seeing Trump voters kind of, do buyer's remorse. If you go and you look at the polling, even on immigration, Trump is underwater. And this attitude that they had after Renee Good, this is not going away. So things are actually not going very well right now for the Trump administration. They've decided to flood the zone, and the problem is they didn't hire people. Trump has not surrounded himself with people who can keep up with all the flooding. He just lost a bunch of people in this Comey case, people in the Northern District of New York resigning uh, because of the way they want to trash Renee Good and her wife or whatever. There are people that are just going, nope, I've had enough. There are senators who are retiring because they don't want to do this shit anymore. There are same thing with House of Representatives. People just going, nope, we're done. Marjorie Taylor Greene, special election coming up for her seat in a few months. So Trump is not winning. And if you keep up with the news as much as I keep up with the news, the cracks are starting to show. So, being able to get articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem probably won't go anywhere, but it is something that people can rally around, and it comes right after DHS. ICE is a part of the Department of Homeland Security. It's right on time. So, yeah, they should have stuck with the they should have stuck with the Epstein report. And speaking of the Epstein report, where is it? The Clintons were subpoenaed. I talked about this yesterday. The Clintons were subpoenaed, and they're like, nope, we're not going to appear before Congress. And they wrote a letter to Jim Comer, who is the chairman of the Oversight Committee. And I have not pre-read it. I do know it's 8 pages long. I ought to just read the whole thing. It's something here. They're basically saying to the Honorable James Comer, basically, okay. Basically, they're saying that the courts were clear that the Oversight Committee must demonstrate that President and Secretary Clinton's testimony is specifically related to and in furtherance of its task to investigate the enforcement of sex trafficking law. And the Clintons are saying, nope, you have not basically said how subpoenaing the president and the former first lady, how that furthers the investigation. They say, in other words, simply repeating the objectives of your investigation over and over in letters to counsel, if you have done, is not sufficient to establish specifically why President and Secretary Clinton's appearance is related to and in furtherance of those objectives. There must be a nexus between the investigation's legislative aims and the specific witnesses from whom information is sought. And with respect to the committee's subpoenas to President and Secretary Clinton, there is no such nexus. Neither has any information about the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking law generally, and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, the topics the committee purports to investigate. So basically, Clinton's saying you need a better reason to subpoena me. And we know why Jim Comer wants it. He wants to basically get the spotlight off of Trump. And I'll read the rest of it while this is playing. But what I would love for Clinton to say is that, you know what, there's no reason for me to be there until the full contents of the Epstein files are released to the public. There's still 1 million pages to go. Once those 1 million pages are out, if you need me, you can resubpoena me. I think Clinton's doing the right thing. And I'm not a big Clinton fan. I'm not a big fan of Bill, nor am I a fan of Hillary. But they, you don't get a former president to play in the House of Representatives flim-flam scheme. He doesn't have to, and he's not going to jail. They can do contempt of Congress, but not shit's going to happen to him. So right now it's a check. We'll see how Comer responds. But let's go ahead and finish this up. I said we'd go up to the commercial break, and I'm gonna meet that commitment.
Documentation, skin color, gender, or status. Now, this Republican regime will tell us that we are traitors if we protest. But I promise you that now is the time of patriots. We are patriots because we know that our nation was born in civil disobedience. We are patriots because we know that we can do the right thing, whether they want us to or not, that being able to nonviolently protest is the beginning, not the end, and that the demand of patriots is that our nation be what we deserve. If the death of Renee Good does anything, it has to be to remind us that this is our nation and we will not give it up. Joining me this week on Assembly Required is NYU law professor, strict scrutiny host, and all-around expert talker, Melissa Murray.
Thanks so much for having me, Stacey. It's great to be back.
It is always a joy to spend time with you. Unfortunately, though, we have more dark topics to talk about, and I want to start with Minnesota. We know that their state law enforcement says they haven't been able to access any of the evidence from the ICE shooting because the FBI has taken over. And this FBI, as a reminder, is led by Trump sycophant and former podcaster Kash Patel. Can you walk us through how an investigation like this should work, where a federal agent is the suspect, and talk a bit about what's actually happening?
Sure. First of all, we should just say that Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, giving all podcasters a bad name. We're not all like that. So I'll just put that out there straight away.
So you're not applying to become the FBI director in the next administration?
I'm not, but based on what I've seen, I think I could and do a colorable job. But again, leaving that to the side, typically in circumstances like this, because of what we know as federalism, which is this idea that there are often zones of authority for the state and zones of authority for the federal government, but sometimes there are overlapping zones of authority. For example, in criminal law, you might have a situation where in circumstances where there is a federal officer who has done something, there would certainly be a federal investigation, but there would also be collaboration and cooperation from state and local authorities as well. And, that's even more pressing in circumstances that are denominated incidents of terrorism. And we know that Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, has said that this is a situation that she regards as domestic terrorism. Like, I don't even want to unpack that, but be that as it may, if it is in fact an incident of domestic terrorism, post 9/11, the standard operating protocol for episodes of terrorism is to have collaboration between state, local, and federal investigatory resources, because that way you don't leave any stone unturned. Like, that was one of the failings of 9/11, the failure of state and local governments to collaborate with the federal investigative services, and they just missed things. And so going forward, we decided that there has to be greater cooperation, greater collaboration. Also, Minnesota itself may have its own interests here. There may be Minnesota laws that were violated, and they may have the need to perform their own investigative functions in order to determine whether or not they have prosecution.
Oh, and by the way, the supremacy clause does not give federal agents the right to break local laws. The local laws generally are written in line with the Constitution and federal law. So no, the immunity, first off, that immunity, that's going to wind up in court. Basically, what Vance and Trump are proclaiming is that immunities like trickle down economics. If the president has immunity, then the agencies and the agents that are within his purview have immunity. There's no way that's going to hold up in court. That I don't see how that's even possible. So these guys are just trying to bamboozle the they're trying to bamboozle the Anton Daniels of the world. I would pick on SKC, but he's here, so I won't be able to get away with it.
That can be brought, or other crimes that they want to investigate. I mean, there's so many reasons why you would want
don't tell me
all
I'm
of the
naive.
resources brought to bear.
You know what? I don't know what it is, whether you are just trying to be a gadfly or what. I'm no more naive in calling you on your bullshit. It's the same thing that happened yesterday when you're telling me that I need to do my homework on the history of conservatism. What the fuck? Zhang, I think you're naive for buying into these far right talking points. The idea that non-citizens vote in, say, national elections is bullshit. It's unprovable. Citation needed. Who cares about local elections? If a locality wants to let non-citizens vote, that's their prerogative. That's called federalism. And states control elections, not the federal government. So the bullshit about Dems care about immigrants beyond the extent to which immigrants benefit the party, dude, you are naive to buy in to that far right Kool-Aid that you've been drinking. You need to sober up, son. You're drunk. What's up, Untrackable? Long time no see.
Yes, sir. Always good to see you.
How's the family?
Doing very well.
Good to hear. Happy New Year.
Yes, thank you. We spend more time with each other. How about that?
Well, good. Zhang, those anchor babies are also known as citizens. They have a right to vote. That's how it goes. And dude, I know a ton of first generation South Asians who are more conservative than you are, or most conservatives that I know. So this myth that anchor babies automatically vote Democrat, once again, you're full of shit and you need to do your homework. Apparently you've forgotten who you're talking to. I simply know more about this sort of stuff than you do. And that's the other thing. I'm not going to be humble about what I know. You are wrong. Just stop calling me naive and work on your own naivete, please. Any comments on the video or the Renee Good or anything in the news?
Yeah, I tend to not see too much of what you're showing.
Really?
Yeah,
So you're
I
not
really
a
don't.
news person, huh?
I just don't seek out. Just like I'm on your panel,
Mhm.
I seek out more of the more simple, somebody that I'm able to interact with, such as yourself. Those opinions are more of what I see and what I find. But I'm still me at the end of the day.
Right. Let me address this right quick. Vita, qualified immunity, literally the magic is in the qualified. Okay, qualified immunity is not the same thing as a 007 license to kill. And the immunity that JD Vance was talking about, I don't think he was talking about qualified immunity. He was talking about the immunity that the Supreme Court basically says a president of the United States has. And that's not qualified immunity. There's a different term for it. It's a much broader immunity. And I think what JD Vance is implying is that, hey, the entire executive branch shares the president's Supreme Court granted immunity. So that's kind of a different animal from qualified immunity. And the qualified immunity part, that ICE agent is a federal agent. He's not a local cop. I don't know how qualified immunity works for federal agents. I'm more familiar with like the, local law enforcement, but that's not the immunity that Vance was talking about. What are you saying?
Can I speak on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the idea of qualified immunity means you did everything within your scope to make it turn out the way that it should be, right? So like let's say you're a surgeon.
Like de-escalation and that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. You did everything within the scope of your occupation to handle the objective at hand. And if apprehending criminals, such as just as much as doctors, right? Imagine you're a doctor. If you leave your Rolex within your surgeon patient, no, just because you're a surgeon doesn't mean that leaving your watch inside of somebody's body, you completely failed. That's a disgusting failure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are to enforce the law and bring people to justice, execution in the streets, it would have meant that you were defending your own life just as another citizen would defend their life But if you can get out of the way, if you could jump, if you can take a step aside and not execute somebody and then hide behind a badge, I think that is beyond qualified immunity. That's my
Well,
opinion.
let me
Apparently-
comment on that. Qualified immunity pretty much it has nothing to do really with what that agent did. The qualified immunity is more about lawsuits and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with criminal activity. Okay, and it's possible that this guy committed a criminal act. So qualified immunity doesn't really cover this.
So, hey, maybe I'm mistaken about what we're talking about. Could you clarify the
Well,
moment?
I'm talking about the Renee Good thing.
Okay. So somebody who has a qualified position to enforce whatever the law is, whether it be snatching up illegal immigrants or pulling people over for expired registrations or whatever. At what point was did he not protect himself to the point
Okay,
where
well, I'm not going to get too deep into that.
Okay.
I actually saw another clip from another angle, and I'm convinced now that he was wrong. Just as she was cutting the wheel and stepping on the gas, he already had his gun out of the holster.
well,
She had cut the wheel to the right. Now, in the heat of the moment, he may not have even realized that the way she was cutting the wheel sharply to the right, that it was going to take the vehicle out of he would not have been in the vehicle's path. Plus, he was moving to the left. She was moving the wheel to the right. Now, I'll give him, he may not have even realized, but just as the first thing he did was step back and unholster his weapon. As he was stepping back out of the way of the car, he literally was in the process of unholstering his weapon. That was the first thing he did. So, in my opinion, hold on one second. In my opinion, that is something he should not have been doing. That ended it for me. It needs to be investigated. And then V-Dub, if that guy broke local laws, he doesn't have immunity from that. Okay, the immunity would be from federal laws. I'm pretty sure that he would not have immunity from local stuff. So be careful about that. No criminal prosecution. Now, I don't think he's going to get prosecuted because right now he's in hiding, and Minnesota basically doesn't have access to the federal stuff, the federal investigation stuff that they've gathered. But no, he's far criminal local. If he broke local laws, and most certainly he did, he's not immune from that. There's a 10th Amendment. So what were you saying?
Well, again, the idea of, when were you at threat? Okay, I can maybe understand that you were in front of the vehicle and you pulled your firearm because you felt that you were maybe in danger at that point.
He wasn't in. I can't speak for him, so I'll hold my tongue. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how he could have felt in danger. He wasn't. He was stepping out of the path of the car.
and this is my I guess speculative opinion, as he was no longer in front of the car, he fired 2 more shots through.
As it was passing.
Oh, okay. That, you know, that you were no longer protecting your life at that point, yet you used deadly force with both of those shots.
Well, I'm actually willing to give him the heat of the moment. I understand once you get adrenaline up, and he had an incident, he might have actually feared for his life. My thing is that pulling your gun should, I don't see why he unholstered his weapon. None of the other people did. I think, if I recall, he was the only one. The guy who was pulling on her door, I don't think he pulled his weapon. He was the only one, if I recall. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but there was only one guy who pulled the weapon. No one else did. There was a guy who was literally trying to open the door at the time. That's why she started to pull off. She wanted to disengage.
The person that pulled
even
the door,
he was in front of the car, but he quickly got out of the way, and as he was stepping out of the way of the car, he pulled his gun. I don't think that just doesn't jibe with me. He was out of the path of the car and unholstering his gun as he was stepping out of the way of the car. He wasn't hit.
I think, maybe she was rightfully engaged because, by all accounts, she wasn't just pulling out of her driveway. She was blocking a roadway, which means it do
doesn't
believe
matter. None of that matters.
Yes, it does. It means
no,
that
actually, it does not. Blocking
it
a
does
road, blocking
It does
a
matter.
road. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
She was rightfully
Blocking a road.
She chose to
untrackable. None of that matters. Blocking a road is not a threat to that officer's life.
No, I agree. I agree. She was being rightfully engaged. However,
he was.
However, the outcome was not necessary.
Okay, I don't think blocking a road. You could make the argument that she was obstructing something or another, but I don't think you're right. I don't think blocking the road was. They should have never even engaged her, in my opinion. If she was in the middle of the road, they should have just fucking gone around her. They're the ones who stopped.
So how does
they
that work?
They could have gone around her.
Go around. Everybody's just to
They
go
could
around.
have gone around her. Am I wrong?
How would you deal with that if there was a sideways car in front of you?
I'm not a federal officer. I'm not going to even engage in that.
No, not even as an officer, just as a normal person. If somebody's sideways in the middle of the street, would you at least honk your horn and be like, "Hey,
well, maybe."
Okay, that means there's something
but
odd.
You know what
going
would
on.
have been the better move? The better move would have been to call the local cops.
Oh, so now we're calling law enforcement.
Yeah.
So
Let them
now there
handle
is
So
or
it-
engagement.
It was not on federal property. I probably would have called the local cops and let them handle it.
A reason for engagement. You just said it.
Okay, no. I said I would not have engaged. I would have called the local cops so they could handle it.
And the local cops would have had a reason for engagement.
Correct. A better reason, because it's a
Said it.
local road.
You just blocked. It's one thing if you're
Okay,
stuck.
you
and
don't seem to understand your own point. Blocking
you-
a road is not a federal offense.
break down. Did your car break down? Can I
Okay,
help you?
Listen to what I'm saying, Untrackable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why the road was blocked. The feds should not have engaged.
If you choose to block and then the flow is obstructed, guess who's going to show up? Guess who's going to show up?
I don't get your point. Can you get to it?
Show up.
Say what?
If it was some sort of mistake, then we can handle it. We can push your car out of the way, right? But if you choose to obstruct the roadway to the point where enforcement is right here at your doorstep and all of a sudden you can move. No,
okay, I don't get what your point. Can you get to it?
I think my point has made itself.
Oh no, it has not.
She chose for engagement until it actually came to her doorstep.
Okay, well then you and I disagree. There's nothing that she did. There is nothing that she did. See, I'm not of the mind that people deserve what they get. Okay, I expect a federal officer or local law enforcement to be, I have standards that are higher than some civilian blocking a road. She was wrong. I'm not saying she was right for blocking the road. I'm saying a professional law enforcement officer, especially a Fed, should have engaged her in a different way. That's what I'm saying. They acted like they were high and mighty and went too far.
I mean,
someone has convinced them that anything they do is okay. You asked me what I would have done. What I would have done is called local law enforcement so they could deal with the local person. As a Fed, if she was not someone I suspected of being illegal, I would not have engaged with her. And they are going to wind up, this guy's going to wind up being indicted locally because he's not immune from the local laws. I think they were stupid. I think that the Trump administration is hiring people with low IQ who cannot think their way out of problems.
No, please.
They're not hiring thinkers, they're hiring thugs.
Please, don't think that I think that this is going to come off as some sort of justified. I want that person, that ICE agent, to pay the price for murdering somebody. Please.
Well, he might not. Look, I just want it investigated. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a cop. But from what I've seen, just from the logical deduction, I have had experience in having to make split-second decisions. And you don't engage in things you don't have to engage in. Okay. And I have a problem with those feds engaging with the local people. If you're not on my list of suspects, get the local cops to deal with the local folks. That's where they made the first mistake. ICE is not local law enforcement. They have no business interacting with the locals. That's not
I
their
agree.
job.
Agree. But when people, I think I've said this before to you. When people with guns have you surrounded, do you live another day, or you know?
Well, who had guns besides the feds?
Exactly. When people with guns are surrounding you,
Mm-hmm.
is that when you're gonna throw a fit?
Well, I don't think she threw a fit other than wanting to get away. Now, I think, like, if she were my wife, I would literally, I'm not one to put my foot down and forbid and all that. But in this case, I probably would have. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You are endangering yourself, my kids. No. Let's not do the civil disobedience thing. But that's just me.
Take me today. I will speak
Okay,
tomorrow.
Imperious, no. I don't care whether they have jurisdiction. The lady was not on their suspect list. The best thing they could have done was to get local law enforcement to deal with the local folks. Just because she's blocking a road, it's not a federal offense, sir. Go ahead. Untrackable.
Oh, it's hey, and not to be too disguised, but the idea of show of force, right? So that's what when you have the protests marching down the street, that is the show of force of the people.
I wouldn't say it's a show of force.
It is most definitely a show of force. Because
it's a show of unity, but I mean, if you're marching down, the street without weapons, I mean, it's more unity. I don't know that I would call it force. Imperious, you can quote the U.S. code all you want. You know where I'm going with this. She didn't assault, she didn't resist, she didn't impose, she didn't impede, she didn't intimidate, she didn't interfere. Blocking a road, the best thing those feds could have done would have been to have local law enforcement deal with it. She was not illegal. She doesn't fit the profile of the people they're supposed to be rounding up. Why get involved? Let the locals handle it. Okay. Sometimes the law is not your best guide. Actual common sense on the ground is. And I don't think civil disobedience, blocking the road, they should have just fucking gone around her. They had a truck. What's up, Queen Sunkist?
I was wanting to know, did you hear about the lady that they hired without her turning in all the paperwork, including the background checks and all that stuff?
No. Well, which lady are you talking about?
ICE. The lady applied to work there, and she had a gap in her employment history that she didn't fully explain. And she didn't fill out all the hiring paperwork, but they sent her an email that said, "Welcome to ICE."
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. When you said you think he's hiring low IQ people, I was just like, I wonder if you heard about this.
They've got to hire 10,000 people real quick.
Yeah. So that, your background don't matter. You can be a whole criminal. You can work for ICE.
I mean,
now,
I feel like
did she do it as a stunt?
Well, I'm that part I'm not clear on. I know she just put it out there that she did it and showed all her stuff and how she didn't turn the thing in, and they hired her anyway.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. You just if you pass the loyalty test,
pretty much,
then you're good to go. Hey, hold on one sec. Zhang, I see you and Imperius kibitzing. You can quote all the US codes you want. It's really irrelevant. Her blocking a road in Minnesota is not a federal offense. The best thing the feds could have done was to get the local police to interact with the local person on the local road, and they could have just gone around her. Why did they stop in the first place? Now, I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look at the video, but it just seemed like they could have just gone around her. Maybe I'm wrong, but keep quoting the US code and I'll keep just shaking my head going. All of it is irrelevant. The US codes, I doubt that she was interfering, she was impeding. I don't think she was doing any of that. I think she was being a nuisance. So y'all hyperbolize with the US code. I'll watch and comment as necessary.
Well, another thing happens. It's not just blocking a road. If you recognize that federal agents are doing something, and then you go perpendicular to the road in front of federal agents, that becomes an obvious impedance of federal
It's
activity.
not an impedance
That's
until
all
they detain
bullshit.
her.
Let me show you. There was a video I watched yesterday, and this young white girl, young white woman, is a teacher. So she's going up her road to get to her house or something like that, in a ICE truck. Some sort of federal vehicle is coming up in front of her, and I need to find that Lisa Cabrera thing because it was amazing. ICE wound up backing down actually, but they wanted her to back up and she refused to back up, and the guy got out and pulled out his little metal baton thing, threatening to break her car windows. And finally, the ICE agent just gave up. They got back in their truck and they backed down. So, the thing is I guess it just depends on the ICE agent and how much maturity or common sense that ICE agent has. It could have probably have been, kind of like that Renee Good thing, because technically she was impeding their forward progress and they were impeding her forward progress. And there were cars parked on either side. So there wasn't actually room for one to go around the other. And for some reason or another, she stood her ground saying, hey, my house is right there or something. And finally, ICE just said, fuck it, we'll just back up.
So you're reversing the roles there of ICE impeding, free people from getting to
who was impeding who? They could have just said, no, we're the feds, you're impeding us. And just could have escalated it because they are the feds. Now, they didn't have on their lights or anything. There was nothing, it would have been basically citizen versus fed. But if they had wanted to, they probably could have escalated it to a point and arrested her because, they were impeding her, but she was kind of impeding them. And, if all these far right freakazoids in the audience want to go, well, feds uber alles, I guess you would take the Fed side.
If I'm in the government and I'm blocking you from going where you need to go, and I come up to your window and say, hey, there's a very unsafe situation ahead. We cannot, for safety's sake, let you go home. I'm sorry. You have to stay beyond the border that we have created. Versus a civilian vehicle in protest that is perpendicular to the path of travel.
The issue is that there was never a lawful stop for her being perpendicular to traffic. So,
Man, it was on Lisa Cabrera's show, and she does she does several shows a day, and I'd have to go through them.
I'm really not trying
exactly
to
what I'm looking at. But
I'm not
it shocked
I'm not
me. It
trying to
shocked me.
justify this human
What
being.
shocked me on this is that the agent got out of the car and he was yelling for her to, I can't remember whether it was to get out of the car or back her car up, and she refused to roll down her window. You know, it was like, you know, she was being a little obstinate here. So he got frustrated, pulled out his little extendable billy club thing, threatening to break her window. And she stood her ground, and finally he just backed off, got back in the truck, and the truck backed down like probably half a block and went another way, and she proceeded on her way. Now I don't know whether she was gonna follow them or just what, but in that particular case, ICE backed down. And this is just me saying this just off the top of my head. I don't know the facts on the ground, but I'm thinking, why couldn't those ICE officers in Minneapolis do the same thing?
I don't know.
I'm saying there were other options than escalating the way they did.
But he didn't want to.
And I'm not trying to take any sides on this, Stanley, because I just wanted to comment about something that I think that's missing in the whole conversation about Miss Good.
Mhm.
You know, just like Stacey Abrams was saying at the beginning of the video, she stated that you know, this woman was a mother. You know, she was a woman. She was a poet. She had a family. And I think that people should really take out time to acknowledge that she died doing what she thought was most important in life. And I think that's how she should be remembered.
Well, there is no doubt you will remember her that way. I appreciate your honoring her so solemnly.
Well, she wasn't taking care of her kids in that moment, was she?
Well, she had
the most
just dropped
important
off
thing.
her son. From what I've heard, she had just dropped off her 6-year-old.
She died doing what was most important to her.
Well, her wife was with her, so
I guess she fucked around and found out, huh, Stanley?
yeah. Well, let me help you out, 12th man. Number one, I'm about to move on because there are other things to do. I'm not gonna sit here and let you show your MAGA ass on my panel. I'm not in the mood for that. So keep
I didn't want to show you my ass,
motherfucker.
bro.
Do not over talk me, 12th man. I will bounce your ass in a heartbeat. Keep it respectful.
I'm just saying I didn't want to show you my ass.
What you're just saying. We know you're just saying, and I'm telling you not to just say. Keep it respectful.
Yes, sir.
And 12th man, I kind of agree with Stanley on this one because, you know, the woman, she died, and I think we should focus in on honoring her memory as for what she died for what she thought was most important.
Putting cigarettes out on her kids was one we can remember. She wasn't Mother of the Year.
Yeah, see what you're doing, SKC.
That has
what
nothing
you're doing,
to do with
SKC. You are encouraging him.
I am not encouraging him. I am fighting against 12th man. And I think that that's dishonorable for you to do, 12th man. This woman, we saw the video and we saw what was important to her. And she died for that.
How come she wasn't allowed to see?
She didn't die for that. She didn't die for that. What she died for was some guy who probably shouldn't have even been on duty, pulling his gun as the first reaction. He was the only one. He was the only one who pulled a weapon.
You may be absolutely right, Stanley. And I think to honor her completely, I think that the illegals and the Somalians and stuff, that they should, raise some sort of statue in their countries on their, for her to. Wouldn't that be a great thing for them to do? Because she died for them.
Don't let SKC speak.
Okay, son. Am I being wrong? Don't we honor the people who put their lives on the line for us? Why would it be wrong for me to say that I think that the people who she was fighting for should raise a statue in her honor?
So black people should put a statue up for a white woman?
She died for them.
For who?
She died for what?
She died for black people who believe who she believed had a proper place within this country. And those people, whoever they are, I think that they should put some money together to raise a statue for her.
Is that the reason she died? Or did she die because she ain't want ICE in her city? Because I'm indifferent to the.
She didn't want ICE to do their job, and that job went against her ideology. Her ideology stated that she believed that those people deserved to be her neighbor. And I think that it's only neighborly for those people to erect a statue and to honor her. I think that they should pass that. Ilhan Omar should pass a bill to do a Becca Good Day, just like the conservatives did Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
They should do a day for Miss Good.
Let me tell you how the appropriate honor is what that one House of Representative member from the Chicago area is doing articles of impeachment for Kristi Noem. That's all the tribute she should get.
But that doesn't remember Miss Good.
If they name the impeachment proclamation or whatever they call it, if they name it after her, the Renee Good impeachment.
That doesn't work either, because just like the what was her name, Laken Riley or something like
Lincoln
that.
Riley.
They gave her like a garden or something that has her name on it and everything, and it has a plaque and everything. You can't just let people die and not honor them. And I'm just wondering, will the people, the Somalians and the others, will they honor Miss Good?
You can't just let this stuff go.
What happens
and
when
I just built a solid monument by shitting in my pants. That is what they get.
I don't understand.
That's what they get.
I don't either.
Miss Good did something. Miss Good did something honorable. She put her life on the line for something that she believed in, that many other Americans believed in.
I don't know that she realized she was in that kind of danger.
Well, in the moment, she realized it when the dude, when she saw a bullet coming at her, she knew it then. So we can't take that. If this was in the military, if this was in the military, she would still get her medals.
Go ahead.
If you look at it frame by frame,
go ahead and you two far right MAGA folks, go ahead and put your
she was smiling when she put it in gear.
Go ahead.
Away from law. Jesus Christ.
Go ahead and put your deplorableness away.
Having our newborn Jesus Christ was this chick that decided to drive away and get shot in the face. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is that article or this is that person that Queen Sunkist was talking about. Journalist tests ICE recruitment, surprised to find herself hired with no background check. Yeah, this is the Trump administration is not getting a lot of wins.
What happens when ICE hires agents with minimal screening, then sends them into the streets, masked and armed? We look now at the agency's hiring practices as it surges agents to Minneapolis and other cities. We begin with an independent journalist who applied for an ICE job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura Jadid wrote about her experience in a piece published Tuesday by Slate magazine, headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof," was the headline. She begins her piece. "The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent."
Maybe I should sign up.
Laura Jadid joins us now from Portland, Oregon. Laura, would you take it from there? Explain what exactly you did, what this fair was, and then how you applied to work for ICE and what happened.
Absolutely. So the hiring event, basically you brought your resume in, you handed it over, they were going to do an interview, and they were promising on the spot hiring to where you could in fact walk out with your $50,000 bonus that day, possibly. I went in, I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. Had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back, because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an unusual name. I'm the only Laura Jadid. How I feel about ICE and Trump and all of it. So I was not expecting several days later to receive a tentative offer. I missed it in my inbox and it sunk to the bottom, which means that I never filled out the paperwork they requested. I never accepted the tentative offer. I never filled out my background check paperwork. I never signed the affidavit saying I committed no domestic violence crimes, none of it. A few weeks later, I got a message from LabCorp saying that ICE wanted me to do a drug test, and I went ahead and did that. I was pretty sure I wouldn't pass. I'd partaken in legal cannabis 6 days before the test, but why not waste some of their money, right? And then 9 days after that, I decided I wanted to, I was curious, had they processed the drug test yet? So I logged onto the ICE hiring portal, and what I found was that not only did the drug test not seem to be relevant, I was listed as having joined ICE as of 3 days earlier. I had listed that I had accepted the offer. They had offered me a final position as a deportation officer. My background check was listed as completed 3 days in the future from when I was looking at it. So it seems like the answer to the question, who are they hiring, is they don't know.
Wow. You write in the piece, "At first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting." You're like an...
Well, I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised they're hiring women. You would think that...
oh, yeah, you're hired, Stanley.
I'm surprised that they're hiring women. I honestly think that, this would be one of the things, this would be a golden opportunity to, be anti-DEI.
ICE to the Gestapo?
I'm fixing to put my application in.
Absolutely.
If it's
and I don't think that's in any way hyperbole. Really? We have armed masked
you'd make a good ICE
on
agent.
Our street right now who are brutalizing, detaining, and murdering people with apparent impunity, a carte blanche, a license to kill from our government. And they can't even keep track of who's behind the masks. I don't believe for a second they're keeping track of who's a U.S. citizen, who needs to be deported, where these people even are. These disappearances where people vanish into the system, is it on purpose, or are they really that sloppy with paperwork? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. This constitutes a national emergency. We have unknown armed thugs in masks who are terrorizing citizens.
So you have served in the military. You deployed twice. Can you talk about what that experience taught you? And also, you did do an interview with an agent, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what that agent said to you and where that went.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so I joined the military right out of high school. I really...
Because, I mean, I was a cook. What was she? don't just say you're a veteran. There, a lot of people do a lot of different things. Who the fuck is she as a veteran?
Yeah, but don't they? I mean, I would think that regardless of MOS, you're at least going out to the range occasionally, right?
Oh, okay. So, part of your job as a logistics specialist, as a cook, as an S2, S3, S1, you know, yes, you do have to run, you do have to do push-ups, you do have to hold a rifle, but don't just say that you're a veteran and all of a sudden you're an expert on shooting people in the face.
Well, I mean, that's not the job of ICE to go around shooting people in the face, is it? I mean,
No.
you might have to, but I mean, I'm sure when you look at the job description, shooting people in the face is not. It's not one of the.
It's not
duties.
one of them, Stanley.
No,
I would
no,
hope not.
you're right. But when an ICE agent shoots somebody in the fucking face, all of a sudden, I'm a veteran and I infiltrated ICE and I could do this job.
Well, you know, the actual guy who did the shooting was a veteran. He did a couple
Yeah,
of
and
tours, I
he's
think, in Iraq.
He's gone underground now. And
So,
he's afraid for his life and his family.
the guy who actually did, I have no clue what he did in the military.
But we had somebody that was apparently dragged. I'm not sure if he was dragged
that's all irrelevant. Now, I know for people who might be sympathetic to his cause, it makes a difference, but it's all irrelevant. I mean, you might bring it up in court, you might not. They might allow it, they might not. But if that is the case, and I made a comment yesterday on that, if that is indeed the case, then he might have been failed by the system as well, because should he have even been out on the street?
Nope. He should not have been in the field until he passed a psychological.
I mean, if it was 3 months ago, maybe, I don't know what the process is. Maybe they had like the psych eval thing and, he was cleared to be back out there. But if he was cleared to be out there after that incident, then it's irrelevant to this incident. If he was cleared, then, if I were a judge, I wouldn't even want to talk about it.
Well, the person that was answering the questions got more qualifications than I seem to have.
I can tell you, I don't want to get shot in the face. So when people surround me, I would much rather be a prisoner than dead. How about that?
Well, if a federal agent asked you to get out of the car,
had she been arrested by ICE, she'd have been out in an hour and nothing would have been done to her. She didn't break any laws.
If you get asked to get out of the vehicle by a federal officer, just do it. It's not that hard.
That's it. That's advice. That is advice, but she was an adult and she did what she wanted to do. I would definitely tell a child that I'm raising, hey, that's what you do. She was a full-grown adult. She made her decision. Unfortunately, it was a bad decision. But the part about just get out of the car, no. They had no reason to get her out.
If a federal agent asked you to get out of the vehicle,
I don't give a fuck. It does not matter. You guys, hold on one second, Untrackable. 12th man, keep that fucking sheeple people shit off my panel. Okay? No, she decided to take a stand. She was in civil disobedience mode. And no, she decided she didn't have to. And quite frankly, no one said she was under arrest. Why the fuck should she get out of her car? Okay, cops don't
cost her life.
Cops, so what? It annoys me to no end to hear people say, well, you know what? If the motherfucker just comes up to me and says, get out of my car, I'm going to get out of my car. Fuck that. If the cop has no reason to have you exit your property, then you don't have to.
How far are you
criticizing them? Hold on one second, Untrackable. Criticizing them for a bad decision. I don't know why you're talking, Untrackable. Can you wait?
Are you going to push it to the extent?
You're still talking. Can you wait?
Yeah, yes.
Criticizing someone's decision is your right to do, but you're not on a sympathetic panel. I'll put it that way. The host is not sympathetic with your point of view. If she didn't want to get out of the car, she shouldn't have to get out of the car. That's like an ICE agent. I was watching. Don't talk. Let me finish. I was watching another clip today where ICE is like hunting down some DoorDash driver. So the DoorDash driver's afraid to come out of the house. So finally, the homeowner, it was a husband and a wife, finally tell ICE to get the fuck off their property, which is their right to do. Without a warrant, they have no reason to come into your house. They have
if you're on the road,
I don't know why you're talking. I'll let you know when you can talk. Okay. They had no other than stopping someone who looked Hispanic and wanting to check their papers. They had no warrant. It was just some random check. So the girl goes in, or the young lady goes into the house. So ICE wants to either come in the house or they send the girl out. They do not have a right to do that. And the owner of the house was like, produce a warrant. Without that warrant, even a Fed does not have a right to come into your house. And all these MAGA sheeple, just because they're Trump's forces, all the MAGA sheeple who want to go, oh, that's a federal agent. Fuck y'all.
Stanley, in your house.
Don't Stanley me. Don't fucking Stanley me. I said
on
what
a
I said.
public roadway is something different.
That makes it even worse. A public roadway is not a federal roadway.
Depends.
Fuck you. In that particular case, there's no depends. It wasn't.
Yeah, if it's federally funded.
All you guys want to do is get drunk and worship Trump stormtroopers, and I'm just going to trash you on this panel. You obviously came up here for me to fucking ad hominem you today. Because that's what I'm going to do.
You think you are, Stanley.
Oh, no, motherfucker. On this panel, I rule. You should know that by now. And little Zhangy here, conflating a car with a house is crazy. Dude, what the fuck do you mean conflating? See, once again, you just have to have something to say. Go find a MAGA sheeple channel and go worship Trump there. Here we think critically, and we don't think highly of Donald Trump. So let's finish this out.
Believed in the whole war on terror thing. I really thought we were going over to spread freedom and democracy and what have you. And when I got there, it became very evident very quickly that that was not the case, and that we were doing it was a bad war, and we should not have been there
Where
telling
were
people
you?
what to do. I was in Eastern Afghanistan for the first deployment, Western Afghanistan for the second. So I did not see combat, but as a military intelligence collector, I saw plenty of the decisions that got people killed on both sides that didn't need to happen. So I came back very disillusioned, like a lot of people, and actually like the ICE agent that I spoke to, which, by the way, this interview wasn't actually part of the hiring process. It was an optional step to see if I wanted to join up. But he told me that he was also joined right out of high school. He also deployed. And when he got back, he also got out as soon as he could. He didn't want anything to do with the military, but he had a lot of trouble assimilating, as a lot of veterans do. And so about 6 months later, he decided to go for law enforcement, and the rest is history. He's been an ICE agent, he said, for about a decade. He likes the work. He feels like he's getting instant results. And this is very sad to me, and also emblematic of a problem we have, where we use this language of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction and freedom and democracy at the barrel of a gun. We did this overseas, and it's come home in every conceivable way.
Talk about your concerns about them not doing a background check. I mean, what does this mean for people who are documented to, wife beaters, people kill women?
Yeah, I mean, it's very funny that they hired a lefty journalist with a profile on Antifa Watch. That's hilarious. But what's not funny is they didn't make me sign a domestic violence waiver. So how many people with domestic violence convictions are running around with guns in our cities terrorizing people? How many people who have been committed of sex crimes or crimes against children are in charge of detention centers where there's no oversight, where people won't be missed and won't be believed? The horror, it boggles the mind how bad this really is.
And you were hired to be a deportation officer. What exactly is that? Where would you serve?
Yeah, so yes, deportation officer. Basically, the agent was very keen on letting me know that I wouldn't be given a badge and a gun right away. I wouldn't be out in the street messing people up. I would probably have to push paperwork for about 6 months before I got there. And when I expressed that was fine with me, with my analyst background, he actually, the atmosphere changed. He was like, no, listen, we want everyone on the street with guns eventually. And I had to reassure him that was also fine. It seems like the focus is very much getting people out on the street with guns, and the focus of the people applying apparently is to get out on the street as quickly as possible to brutalize people.
I'll just end by asking you, you said you signed up to fight the war on terror, and you served twice in Afghanistan. You call what's happening here in the United States the war on terror come home.
Yes.
I don't know about all that.
It is very sad. It is not surprising, but it is very sad. This is a national emergency. This is a state emergency. And frankly, it's past time that governors called up the National Guard to protect the citizens who elected them to keep them safe.
Don't do that. No, that is a bad idea. Want to start?
Yeah, I was wanting to ask you about that, Stanley.
Want a civil war? Put ICE up against the fucking National Guard.
And Tim Walt.
Don't listen to this lefty, folks.
What do you think about Tim Waltz putting the National Guard on watch for ICE?
I think that he is the commander in chief of the Minnesota National Guard. I'm not going to second guess him.
So you think? So you are ready for a second?
Okay, I don't.
Civil War.
I understand that you're a little tipsy, so maybe your critical thinking is off. All I said is that Tim Waltz is the commander in chief of the Minnesota National Guard. I didn't say anything about what I accept or what I'm not accepting. What I meant is that I don't know. I'm not in Minnesota on the ground. He's the governor. He has a lot more information to make that call.
Like jawed, bald-headed.
See, I'm not
looking at.
I'm not like the MAGA blacks and the MAGA whites. I don't just fucking shoot from the hip with no information at all. So sorry to disappoint that I don't have some cowboy diplomacy answer. So
the Cowboys lost. The Seahawks are winning.
Yeah, okay. SKC says he's going to make shirts that say stay in your car for good. Really? Oh, my Lord. All right, so we'll switch gears here. U.S. plane used in boat strike was made to look like civilian aircraft. Oh, my God. There's a word for that, perfidy. That is literally, you've seen movies where they'll talk about a soldier's code of honor and that sort of thing. This is like some low, this is like skunk behavior. So the boat strike, I guess it's that boat strike, that one where they did a second strike. I'm gonna play this. We literally disguised a U.S. warplane or war drone or something like that to look like a civilian plane. Dude, that is gross. That is gross. Fuck, in an admiral. Let's listen to this.
You're listening to U.S. plane used in boat strike was made to look like civilian aircraft, a news story written by Noah Robertson, Tara Kopp, and Ellen Nakashima, and read by Rebecca, an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration's first deadly strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat in early September was conducted by a secretive military aircraft painted to look like a civilian plane, multiple officials confirmed to the Washington Post on Monday. The crewed aircraft did not have any weapons showing when the attack occurred, two officials said, speaking, like some others, on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter. Instead, the munitions were fired from a launch tube that allows them to be carried inside the plane, not mounted outside on the wing. Use of the plane prompted legal debate after the September 2nd operation over whether the concealment of its military status amounted to a ruse that violated international law, said current and former officials familiar with the matter. 11 people were killed, including 2 who survived the initial attack by U.S. forces but died in a controversial follow-on strike. Feigning civilian status and then carrying out an attack with explicit intent to kill or wound the target is known as perfidy, under the law of armed conflict, a war crime according to legal experts. If you arm these aircraft for self-defense purposes, that would not be a violation of the law of war, said Todd Huntley, a former military lawyer who advised U.S. Special Operations Forces for 7 years at the height of the Pentagon's counterterrorism campaign that followed 9/11s. But using it as an offensive platform and relying on its civilian appearance to gain the confidence of the enemy is, the Trump administration has claimed that its lethal strikes on alleged drug boats in the waters around Latin America are lawful because President Donald Trump has determined the United States is in an armed conflict with drug cartels. That contention is widely disputed by legal experts who say the U.S. is not at war with drug traffickers and that killing suspected criminals in international waters is tantamount to murder. Several analysts and former national security officials have said the entire campaign is, at its foundation, unlawful. This isn't an armed conflict, said Huntley, director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law. But what makes this so surprising is that even if you buy their argument, it's a violation of international law. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for comment. A spokesperson for U.S. Special Operations Command, which carried out the September 2nd operation, declined to comment. The New York Times first reported the plane's civilian paint scheme earlier Monday. The September 2nd military strike was the first of almost 36 to date. The attacks have killed more than 100 people. The initial strike raised questions, among Democrats and law of war experts principally, about whether a crime was committed when U.S. forces returned to the boat wreckage after the first strike to fire again and kill the 2 survivors as they clung to the hull. While the double tap to kill the survivors has drawn scrutiny on Capitol Hill, the military has closely guarded specifics of the aircraft involved in the operation. According to multiple officials, the plane is part of a fleet of crewed U.S. Air Force aircraft painted in civilian schemes and used in situations where it would not be advantageous for the military's typical gray paint scheme to be seen. One official said the plane was already painted to look like a civilian aircraft before the September 2nd operation. It was not painted specifically for the boat strike, this person said. Firing on the alleged drug boat from an aircraft that looked like a civilian plane and had no visible weapons on it raised debate among some Pentagon officials after the strike, as well as concern that a classified capability was being burned in an operation targeting civilians in a boat who pose no threat, a former official said. It's not like they're infiltrating downtown Tehran to kill some IRGC leader or something, said the former official, referring to Iran's military, the Islamic Revolution.
Yeah, I'll just stop it here. Man, I tell you what, it's like every damn day some new just fucking egregious action is just revealed. Damn.
Yeah, this administration is crazy.
Yeah,
People that do politics have to take breaks from their content to preserve their mental health.
Well, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. We are gonna talk about Corey Holcomb and
that was
Anton
great.
Daniels, but it's only like maybe a 15-minute clip, and it's not about the fight per se, it's about their politics. It's like those two were just literally I'm basically going to be talking about how they're old YNs.
Yeah.
It's really disturbing, to be honest. Okay,
Corey
so
always been like
this
that.
yeah, I'm just
And I think
unimpressed.
Anton being socialized by social media.
This is what I was talking
Yeah.
about earlier. Trump says civil rights led to white people being very badly treated. President Trump's comments were a blunt distillation of his administration's racial politics, which rest on the belief that white people have become the real victims of discrimination in America. So this is exactly what I mean by Trump is a fucking racist. You go look at the Congress. Let's just talk about post 1960s. What power have white men specifically lost? What it is there's more competition, and a lot of these white mediocre, a lot of the white mediocrity has competition now. My buddy Vivek Ramaswamy said it best.
Well, DEI was helping the few white men that were going to college get in because they couldn't score high enough on the college.
About race, though, there were some veterans who might have gotten helped, etc. Sure.
Well, I'm just specifically speaking for the white dude, since he made DEI all about race things. That DEI was helping them get into college, and now it's gone. So now they numbers really gonna drop.
Well, no, they want to go back to the old way where just white males didn't need DEI to get in; they were just getting in because they were white males. But this is I have saved this Vivek Ramaswamy message, this post. He wrote it damn near 2 years ago now, where he goes, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. And he caught all kinds of shit for this post, but he's absolutely right. So what's happening is you got a bunch of white people that are scurrying, that are panicking. Okay, they're panicking because the birth rate is low, and there's a very real chance that there'll be a majority minority or minority majority or whatever it is come the 2040s. So that's panicking them. They are raising people basically even if they got rid of the H-1B visa program, American colleges don't produce enough engineers. We have to import engineers because America does not produce enough of them. So that's another problem. Our education system is not even, white people are suffering because of the American education system. The other problem that they're having is there are a lot of young white people who are just going, fuck y'all, you're a bunch of racists. I don't want to be like you. That's the other thing. That's why they want Charlie Kirks in TPUSA on these college campuses to basically, roll back some of the, the actual teaching of American history. But what they want to do is what America has been doing for years. Instead of looking inward and realizing it's white people ruining America, they want to blame it on civil rights. They want to blame it on the black people. Oh, the white males being discriminated against. No, the white male is self-destructing. And Donald Trump is here. Donald Trump is here to pour gasoline on the fire by telling white males, oh, you're good. It's the other people. And the problem is there's a lot of Anton Daniels types that are on board with that. They will agree that white dude, have you ever heard John Galt, for instance? He's a good example. You may know who he is, you may not. This dude, John Galt got fucking offended when I roasted his ass. I'm like, John, you need to stop worshiping these white people. They've got low standards. They're second best. It's the Asians. I want my kid to meet an Asian standard because they're the best. Dude, John Galt just fucking lost it. It was hilarious. As soon as you start trashing white males in particular, some of these anti-black blacks just lose their cool.
Oh,
and
he
it's
is
hilarious.
black. I said he's black.
Well, yeah, he's black. Now, the John Galt name is basically a pseudonym. Mm-hmm. So this motherfucker, his name, I've roasted him about that too. You are a black man from Alabama, but you named yourself after one of the most white male characters in all of American literature. But some of these anti-black blacks like Anton Daniels. Now I don't know him personally, but I do know I've watched enough of his clips and stuff to know that a lot of these guys will defend white men as like the apex of excellence, but they'll shit all over black people. And I can't figure that out because most white males that you meet are pretty mediocre. There's nothing superior or supreme about them. So anyway, I'm kind of getting off topic or wandering off the topic, but the point is that these fools are actually believing Donald Trump that white men are being discriminated against. And that's like, this dude Donald Trump is the Pied Piper of ignorance and racism. People who say he's not a racist, boy, are they wrong.
They're crazy. It's painfully obvious. But I remember.
Well, it's painfully obvious to people who know what racism is. I honestly think most people coming out of the American education system today have no clue what racism is because it's not being taught in schools. It's being ignored like it doesn't actually exist. Therefore, kids are coming out and they're like shaking their head like, what's racism? They have no clue what it is.
Yeah, that's true. Because my children get their history from their mama and they daddy, because they definitely not getting it in school. They like, we never heard of this. Like, are you kidding me? They not teaching y'all? Nope.
Well,
that is crazy.
No, I don't think, because back in my day, I don't remember my high school history classes too well. I mean, I know they taught about slavery, but
Yeah,
I
they don't
grew up.
teach them none of that.
Well, they
None
did
of
when
it.
I was a kid, but my
Yeah,
mother
they
was
did when
in.
I was coming through school too.
Right.
But not now. They
No,
barely acknowledge Black History Month.
well, luckily for me, my mother was into Black history and just history in general. And they grew up during Jim Crow, my mother and father. So, I knew what it was. Plus, I grew up in 70s and 80s Georgia. It wasn't bad, but, every now and again you'd run across, something that would remind you of what it is.
Yeah. They had us watching Keep Your Eyes on the Prize growing up. And
Well, shoot,
reading.
you might not be old enough, but I was maybe around 10. I think it was in 7th or 8th grade when Roots came out.
Yeah. My mama had an incident with a white girl at school when Roots came out.
Oh, was that right?
Mm-hmm.
How did that turn out? Who got slapped?
My mama put the girl head in the toilet and was trying to suffocate her with the toilet paper.
Wow. Did she get in trouble?
Of course she got in trouble. She got suspended. But the girl kept calling her the N-word, and well, that's what she decided to do with her. But oh wow.
Well, sometimes, boys might tussle, but it would never go farther than that.
Yep. But when I was in I think my sophomore year in high school, my social studies was geography. My geography teacher was a white dude. He was a veteran. And he was like, by the time y'all get ready to graduate, you're gonna see a lot of white male suicides. And he had some kind of war injury that messed with his brain. So we always just dismissed him. And he was like, I'm serious. Y'all better listen to me. He said the reason why their suicide rate is going to go up is because there's going to be more competition. They actually have to know what they're doing now. There's no more nepotism. There's no more passing it down. Just because it's your uncle or your family, you can't get a position just because you're white. And he said they're not going to be used to that. And they're not going to be able to handle it. And the suicide rate is going to go up. And by the time I graduated, white suicide rate started to go up.
Well, I think one of the other things that they panicked about is women in general being competition. So these white males are not only having competition from black males, they're having it from their women, black women, and just a bunch of there are a lot of people they have to a lot of people they have to compete with now.
And get out there and compete.
Trump is basically doing their best to the Trump administration and the Supreme Court, in my opinion, doing their best to turn back that tide. And you could go back to right around the time of the 15th Amendment. A lot of, black men got the right to vote before white women did. And boy, howdy, white women were real mad.
Yeah.
So, I think if it was just black men who were competing with white males, they'd be okay with that.
Right.
My personal feeling is that really, what's really pissing white males off as a group are their women competing. There's some real bitterness when you hear white men talking about, the women. There are more women in med schools now. There are more lawyers, more white women in college. There's some real bitterness when I hear them talking about it.
It just amazes me. Like, what did you think? You oppress a group of people. What did you think they was gonna do?
Well, I honestly, and it's kind of a quirk of mine. I get a lot of shit from a lot of these black manosphere-ish sort of people, because I don't think as a group. When people get up on a panel and they start talking about, well, if black people could only pull together, and why can't we be like the Asians, or why can't we be like the Jews? I'm like, what do you care? When I talk to my son about, his future, I'm not thinking about black people in general. I'm thinking about him specifically.
Right.
I feel that if everybody did their individual part, as a group, things would come together. So this bullshit about, we gotta all work together. Nah, use your own resources. These people like Deacon Dave want to talk about cast down your bucket where you are. Well, that sounds like individualism to me. There is no group bucket. You operate that bucket, in an individual well.
That's a Booker T.
Maybe-
Washington statement.
Exactly. Now, it might be a community well, but you're dropping that bucket one at a time.
Right.
And you can share your bucket of water if you want. That's a great thing to do. But you know what? If I decide to keep my bucket and take it home, that's my right to do it. And I'm kind of a lone wolf that way. So I really don't understand people who are so willing to make these group or have these group expectations, but don't expect anything of themselves personally.
Yeah, that's leeching.
Well, I don't know what it is, but it just makes no sense to me. And a lot of people get mad at me when I don't go along with that bullshit.
No, because that's how you end up getting used. Getting all your stuff took. And nobody's there to give it back.
Let's see here. I think we might be at that. I really wish I could find Lisa's that one video. It was a live that she did with that white lady. Let me see if it's here. It was a young white woman in a car. I really want to see. I should have saved that stupid video. I'm gonna look for it one more time. It was from yesterday. And maybe she took it down. Yeah, she probably took it down.
Oh.
I don't think it was 2 days ago.
Well, what happened?
No, it was that one lady going down a street.
Oh,
and
with
an
the
ICE
ice.
vehicle was coming down the same street, and there was, one couldn't go around the other because there were cars parked on either side, and the lady wasn't gonna back down, and so the ICE agent got irate, got out, did that telescopic billy club. He took it out and extended it. And I thought he was going to break the window. But the woman kept saying, you know what? She had her phone, and I think she had him on a live. So he's out there, peacocking around. And finally, he just gave up and got back in the vehicle. And they backed all the way down the street. Like it was more than half a block that they backed down. And so, I brought it up like, hey, she was blocking the road, but they backed down. I would expect the same thing. That could have been done. These officers de-escalated. They didn't keep escalating, like get out of your car and all that stuff. They did try that, but eventually they just said, you know what? We're just going to back down. Now, I don't know whether Renee Good was the reason they didn't want another Renee Good. That could have been it. But, it's in stark contrast to what happened last week. Be Brave went in on liberal women today. Yeah, Be Brave is just a fucking sad case. He's a basket case.
I'm just shocked at how these people they talk like they're so willing to give up their rights as citizens. Shit is crazy. No, just get
I
out
don't
your
get
car. The fuck wrong with you? Get out my car for what?
it. Exactly. Well, I mean, I probably would get out. But the thing is, given how, people have been roughed up, if you're a woman, I can honestly understand why you look, if I get out, who knows what they might do? They might break something. These guys do not understand that, part of the power of law enforcement is being, the protect and preserve. What is it? Protect and serve part. And if you got a bunch of cops out there just brutalizing everybody, people aren't going to trust you.
Yeah, I used to be doing the fool. Busting people windows, dragging them out their car, beating their ass in the middle of the street. Like, what the hell? Like a bunch of vigilantes.
So let's we'll have a look at this Anton Daniels clip. It was basically the first maybe 20 minutes of it, I think. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this is right at the beginning, and I don't know, it's maybe 20 minutes or so. Right after I ended the clip is when he and Anton Daniels started getting into it. And I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think Corey Holcomb started the whole thing off.
You do?
And I might go back and watch the rest of the clip because I don't know that, the way I feel about it, I don't like platforming these people. I don't like platforming JP. I don't like platforming any of these old YNs because I think and I'm going to sound so sedity when I say this, but these motherfuckers can't speak English correctly. They dress like, the former street thugs that they were. And I just don't have any respect for them. Anton Daniels wants to talk about, black behavior and, black culture being all trash. Well, motherfucker, you literally look like you just stepped out the poster for black culture. Okay, a 40-some-year-old man wearing a Pookie bucket hat. I'm sorry. You can talk about morality and culture all you want, but it's just not doing the heavy lifting that you think it is.
This one is a weirdo.
Well, but I know I'm being a little bougie. I know
I
how
don't
it
think he's
sounds.
being bougie at all. Anton is silly. Like when they redid some building in Detroit, and he was like, "I didn't get invited." Man, who the are you? Who do you think you are? These people just supposed to reach into their hat and invite you somewhere. You are popular on YouTube, sir. Nobody knows you in the
Well,
real world.
maybe he considers himself a cultural icon.
Anton
But
is a friend.
let's hear what he says, and I don't know. I might watch the a little bit more of it.
I watched the whole thing.
Everybody didn't been conquered.
Oh, did you?
Slavery
I
didn't
did
exist
because
way
I
before we
wanted
ever
to see
came
what
in.
happened.
Yeah, the volume isn't that good on this, but
So I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I tell you like this. I cannot respect men who are claim jackers. Like I don't
Like what? Give me an example.
Like the United States.
No, give me an example, like a real life thing. Like, what did they take?
The United States.
Like taking this country?
Not just taking this country. How do you think you got here?
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade.
You a smart man.
Right. I studied it. I know all about it.
So it's very hard to be respectful of what is here when me, for example, as an African American male, I know how I got here. I didn't take the cheap flight on Frontier here. My people were kidnapped. My people were
sold
robbed.
by Africans.
They what?
They were sold by Africans.
okay. So this is where the bullshit starts. And again, these are subtleties, but it's people who didn't actually read a book. They heard it from somewhere. Now, Anton is going to insist that Africans sold other Africans into slavery. Well, that is very true. But it is also true that before the slave trade was ever established, there was a time before the transatlantic slave trade. African slavery actually started back in the 15th century, and the Portuguese would literally go down the west coast of Africa. They'd go ashore and they would just round up random Africans on the beach. So there was kidnapping. When the Portuguese came ashore and rounded up a bunch of Africans on the beach, there was no receipt. There was no bill of sale. And this started happening way before the transatlantic slave trade. So both things are true.
Statement. I hate when people say that. I hate when folks say that because they don't put it in no context. They just be like African.
Well, no, look, it's a part of it. I don't know whether people don't know, because a lot of times people will read like Thomas Sowell and stuff like that. Thomas Sowell has a very political, he had an agenda. Okay. Thomas Sowell is not a historian. Okay. He literally worked for a conservative think tank, and his agenda was basically to minimize the impact. He basically wants Black people to forget how they got here, or he wants them to just forgive and forget. It's hey, we're here now. We need to make the best of it. Stop whining about white people. And not everybody's that forgiving. But
Right.
the other thing I want to say is, yes, the Portuguese especially did a lot of kidnapping. The other thing is, who did those Africans sell the Africans to? Okay, there are two sides to a transaction. So that Africans sold slaves into the transatlantic slave trade, that doesn't mean white people didn't buy them. And there's history that says there were a lot of African tribes who stopped selling Africans once they found out what was happening to them on the other end of the trip. That is a fact also. And you know what? White people bought these slaves. Most of them wound up in Brazil and the Caribbean. But just because Africans sold other Africans into slavery, that really doesn't mean much. White people still white people were still, enslavers. And then the other thing that's going to come up was, black people had slaves too. Well, that is also true. But I did a quick down and dirty. There's a book I need to read about Africans who owned slaves in South Carolina, written by a guy a Howard University graduate. I'll have to get that book and read it at some point. But in between like 1800 to 1830, there were black slave owners who owned a total of a little bit less than 13,000 slaves. So 13,000 slaves out of like almost 2 million slaves. Yes, there were black people who owned slaves, but believe me, they did not own the government. The difference is the white enslavers had a lot of political power. The black enslavers did not. And 12,000 slaves out of almost 2 million slaves, yeah, there were black slave owners, but they weren't running things. So what does that really mean in context? Not much. So these guys want to throw out these talking points, but they really don't even understand their own arguments. If people get pissed off when I say that, I will tell someone you're making an argument and you don't even understand your own argument. I make it a point to know my opponent's arguments better than he or she does. So it doesn't matter. I'm pretending I'm Corey Holcomb here. I would have said just that, dude. It doesn't matter that blacks sold blacks into slavery. There were whites there to buy them. If whites weren't buying slaves, they'd have had to go back to the Arabs.
I mean, it is also that they didn't know what type of slavery they were selling them people into as well.
No, they thought it would be like similar to the slavery that they had in Africa
and worldwide.
They had no idea,
because it was a global practice, but it wasn't done like it was done over here. It's a whole nother situation.
Well, the other thing, so if Africans were selling Africans into slavery, let's just deal with South Carolina. I don't know if a lot of people know, the South Carolina colony was started by people from Jamaica. Caribbean slavery was fucking brutal.
Yeah, it was.
So those same people come up to South Carolina and establish rice plantations and indigo plantations. Slavery in South Carolina before, say, 1820, dude, it was plug and play. South Carolina didn't want to end the African slave trade because the attrition rate for slaves in coastal South Carolina was it's a fucking war crime. I mean, you wouldn't last long out in those rice bogs and indigo bogs. I don't know if you know much about rice culture, but it is brutal. Out in that hot sun, in the swamps, there's yellow fever, there's water moccasins. These people were dying at a horrific rate. like the average life expectancy was less than 10 years. But they want to harp they want to harp on Africans selling Africans. Dude,
No,
once you got to America, you might not make it more than 10 years.
And I thought, my family educated me pretty good. And I started doing my own reading as an adult, and some of the stuff that I have read has horrified me. Yeah.
But the response from people like Anton Daniels is, "But black people had slaves too." I'm like, okay, if that's how you want to respond.
You need to read a book. Because it is amazing that we still exist with the shit that
absolutely right. If they read books, they wouldn't be talking like this. I can see, you can tell when people actually have read and kind of know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, some of that
see
stuff.
What else?
You still gonna read The Delectable Human? Is that
yeah, as a matter of fact, I can get it for free. From Amazon has like a library where you can basically borrow books indefinitely. So
Yeah,
I can, if I had to pay for it, I'd probably wait. But since I still need to finish up this book I'm reading, it's slow going. But yeah, I can get it for free, so I'll just read it next.
You said all the people were sold by Africans?
How you think what you think white people came over there and got us?
Yes.
No, they were
Yes.
sold. They just capitalized off of it better than the Africans did.
No.
Okay, so
you're
saying
this
that
is
all of
this
black
is
people that were brought
Anton's
here
ignorance.
were sold by Africans.
Correct.
So the white people were just doing transactions over there.
Absolutely. It was capitalism. See, the thing about white people.
No. See, this is just the ignorance. So white people came over there and got us? Motherfucker, again, the books are out there. There was African slavery before the transatlantic slave trade. England specifically didn't get into the slave trade. They were about the last to get into the slave trading. It was Portugal, then the Dutch. I'm sorry, Portugal, Spain, and the Dutch were like the three biggest. As a matter of fact, I think the Dutch actually founded Brazil, and then Portugal took over. It was something like that. But Anton has, you know how they say a little knowledge is a dangerous thing? Well, Anton has just a little knowledge. A lot of knowledge is fine. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And you got all these people listening to Anton Daniels and repeating his incomplete story. And even my story, even I'm incomplete because I'm not a historian, but I've read a lot about it. Anton, to me, and that's why I don't like platforming these guys. I don't watch a lot of Anton Daniels or DJ Hamp because they all have a little knowledge, but not a lot of knowledge.
It's just interesting to me how they can spew these, I'm gonna call them white nationalist talking points, and don't have no knowledge about the people that look like you. Like you do no research about the history. The audacity of him to sit up here and mention ancestors. You ain't even read about them.
Well, see, Shara's a woman after my own heart. Dude, you don't know how much shit that I catch. Dude, people just rag on me. Well, Stanley, you learned it in a book. Yeah, motherfucker. I've been reading. I'm 60 years old. I've been reading since I was 3. I've read a lot of books. And you wouldn't sound so foolish. Look, these guys going like, hey, you know what? I don't care about what I read in a book. I go by what I see. I'm like, what is this? The 1700s? They used to think that you couldn't see air but it's there. Someone discovered that what you couldn't see was actually, did exist. It pains me to see people Anton Daniels age in their 40s saying this YN shit like that. 21 I can deal with. 41, not so much. It's truly sad. And these people are raising kids. That's the scarier part. They're raising their kids to be just like this.
You think that racism is inherently in them. Racism is inherently in all of us. Black people is some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't even like each other.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute. I'm saying this is why I only did a 20-minute clip, because I'm having to stop it every minute and address almost every sentence. This idea that everybody is racist, again, it's an incomplete thought or an incomplete analysis. Babies aren't racist. They're taught to be racist. And, I've said this many times, there is almost no way you can be born in the United States and not be a racist. You literally have to work at not being a racist. Otherwise, America's just a racist country. You just learn it watching TV. But the idea that everybody is racist, I wish he'd gone further and said it's because they're taught to be racist. Being a racist is not a natural instinct, because race doesn't occur in nature. We made it up. So it can't be a natural instinct. But people can't think critically. Anton Daniels can't think that critically. That's why I have no respect for these old YNs. But
He's trying to get to the money.
You say that again?
Say Anton just grifting. He trying to get to the money. The money for these.
I honestly don't think he's grifting. I think he really believes it. You don't think so?
I don't.
Really?
I don't.
I mean, you now, I admit I know of him. I mean, you have been around a while. You might be a better judge than me.
These streamer people have started to do the white nationalist talking points because they get them money. And Anton started this about maybe 2 years ago.
I see. So he wasn't always like this?
No, he was talking about black women, like the Western clan on the Chitlin circuit.
I see. Well, he's definitely some white nationalist talking points. But
yeah, because he done got him on Fox News and all that good stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Because see, I'm new to this stuff. So, some of these characters I don't know as well as, people like you and MOT and Big J.
I don't be watching all their content like that. I'm just familiar with who they are because I can't listen to this. I'm cool. Like, no, thank you. Don't make me lose brain cells. But yeah, this stuff, this is no, he just started this a couple of years ago.
I see.
Okay. We don't even like each other. And so black people participate. Some of the first slavers in the United States of America was black people. That's the truth. So what I'm trying to understand is,
was slavery in the United States before
slavery?
I'm going to say the answer to that is no. He could be correct if you want to take 1776 as the start of the country. But slavery in what became America existed 100 years before 1776. And also, I'm going to say this again. Between up until 1830, and I think it was like 18, maybe it was 1798 or something like that to 1830, there were black enslavers, but they had about 12,000 slaves. And I think it was mostly in the Carolinas versus 1.2 million slaves in the United States. I say 1.2, it might have been up to 2 million. So he could be right, but it's such a small number. Why even bother to bring up the point? The major portion of slaves held by whites. The other thing that black enslavers didn't have was political power. There were no blacks in national government up until Reconstruction.
Existed thousands of years before we got here.
Okay.
Slavery was on every single continent in this world. That's a fact. Now, the thing that's a problem with it is that,
and again, it's irrelevant if slavery's been around for millennia. America is unique. And I talked to SKC about it a couple days ago. Slaves were literally used as representation in the federal government. That is unique.
Where y'all had that conversation at?
Here. It was either yesterday or the day before.
Oh, I got to go find it.
Well, see, the thing is that 3/4, that 3/5 clause, that was basically to give the South more representation in the House of Representatives and the Electoral College.
Right.
That's unique. That didn't happen. That hadn't been happening for 1,000 years. So essentially, slaves being present gave the enslavers more political power than they would have ordinarily had. That is very unique. 3/5 of their bodies were used to basically keep slavery alive, because otherwise slavery would have gone away. Possibly.
Being born into slavery was unique to the United States too. Nobody else do that.
Not necessarily. There's some instances of that. I argue that being treated like chattel, like a cow or a horse, that was unique. But I don't know enough about slavery and in the ancient world to really bolster that argument, and I don't have time to go and research it. I do know, though, without a shadow of a doubt, that the bodies of slaves being treated for being used for political power to continue slavery, that is definitely unique. And again, this isn't something that they'll teach you in school. This is something when, if you do enough reading, you're able to kind of piece together arguments. You just piece it together with the information that you know to form an argument. That's why people should read books.
Right.
Then this is the problem that I have. What you niggas want?
What do you mean when you say what you need?
What do y'all want? Because y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand what is it that y'all looking for. What is going to help y'all?
Whole thing.
The other thing I want to say is I really do wish that people would stop talking about slavery, because all these white nationalists are going to do, they'll use one of two arguments. No one alive has been a slave, Or, and this is an argument that I actually have some sympathy with. It was the law of the land. Okay, so, you can blame the founders for making the laws, the founders and the framers for making the laws, but it was the law of the land. Where the bulk, in my opinion, of the damage was done to, as far as wealth and political power and social power was after slavery. Okay, and
Right.
there are still people who lived during Jim Crow.
Yes.
If you base reparations as an economic argument just on Jim Crow, you got a pretty damn good argument. And I use Bruce's Beach. I bring that up all the time as an example. That who knows how much generational wealth was lost when they took that property using eminent domain. That was like 100 years of generational wealth that was lost. Who knows? You can't really measure how much generational wealth was lost. So, if
Ain't
I
they
were
trying to do that to them Geechee lands down there in South Carolina too?
yeah, the heirs
Down there
property. Yeah, it's been a problem for generations.
in the low country.
Right. It's heirs property, but it happens not just in the low country, it happens all over the place. Records weren't kept, and sometimes it was in dispute who would be inheriting property, and then the white people would just swoop it up. There one or two or maybe more videos on YouTube about black families losing property because they didn't know where the documentation was. So these big rich corporations just swoop in and take up all this beachfront property. As a matter of fact, I have a great aunt that lives on St. Helena Island. My mother's side of the family's from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. And my father was telling me a few weeks ago that white people own it now because it was right on the water. You could walk like 5 minutes down the dirt road and you were in some prime fishing country. 5 minutes. Yeah, I was shocked when he told me because that little community she lived in was all black. But white
Yeah, they
people
trying to get
own,
all that stuff down there.
yeah, they bought her property and another property, and now they have waterfront property. Oh, that
I
shit
used to
hurt.
go.
Dude, I used to go over there all the time. We used to plant, we had like an acre garden, like a big ass garden
Yeah,
over there.
we lived
And
down there
it's owned by white folks.
in
It actually did hurt my feelings when I heard that.
yeah, I lived in Savannah, I think in 2009,
Uh-huh.
and moved up to Augusta. So I used to go down there, and they was trying to get them people land, them Sea Island
Out
folk
on
and them Geechee people.
Skidaway, and out on Clarence Thomas is from Sandfly out on Skidaway. Yeah, I was all black at one point.
Yep, they trying to get all they little land down there at Beaufort, South Carolina, and all up and through Yosemite and all that. They
Look at
trying to
this.
take all them
Look at
stuff.
this dumb fuck. Communities full of baby mama can't marrying real estate. I don't even know what that means.
What?
My 90-some-year-old great aunt was not a baby mama, Aries.
Well, you
He's
should
from
go
Britain.
down there and look at them people. They got a lot of culture down there, and they really should leave them people alone.
Yeah. Well, now if they have waterfront property.
Because I'm solutions oriented. And I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black in the United States, you've been through some shit.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit that they have never been through. You've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't
And so-
understand. What are you saying? Like, I'm
because
trying to
most of the niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These is new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black people in the United States?
Once again, just sheer ignorance. He's confusing racist and racism. Okay, racism isn't something that you even experience at ground level or day to day. It's just this half knowledge of shit. He has no clue. Most people don't see racism on a day-to-day basis. Well, that's because you're not supposed to see it, son. Racism, just off the top of my head, a few years ago, facial recognition was an issue because the facial recognition would like mix black people up. You know, basically the facial recognition thought all black people looked alike. Well, you know, that's racism because there were no blacks, you know, for whatever reason. There were no blacks on these software development teams that were developing the software. So, you know, it was like whites and Asians. So the software was real good at recognizing whites and Asians, not so good with recognizing blacks. That's a perfect example of racism. Systemic. It's systemic. You may or may not be aware of it. Of course, you're not going to, you know, how often do people actually, you know, interact with facial recognition software?
Yeah, that was done on purpose.
Well, I don't know if it was done on purpose. I doubt it, to be honest. But
I'll send you the link.
Okay, well, send me the link. I'm not going to be convinced. If there's no representation, then you know, it happens in all kinds of situations where black people aren't there. You know, if you were on the team, your face might be one of the faces they test the software on. If you're not there, then I guess, you know, for whatever reason, because I'm not that technical, but my big issue is just the way they're using the language, just the way they're analyzing, just the way they're critically thinking it. It's just so fucking high school. They don't understand the meaning of some of the words they're using. They don't understand the context. They don't understand. It's just really, like I said, I really, I could live without this clip, but you know, so many people were talking about it. I figured I would at least, you know, review it. And I made it basically a little bit past the actual little blow up that they had where you remember where it goes, where they cut a part out of it, I guess.
They cut it off. They cut the cameras off.
Yeah.
In case they started fighting.
Yeah. And then after they came back, you know, they were fairly civil, but apparently it blew up again.
Yeah.
Did it? Yeah, it was bound to happen. They should have really just ended it there.
They should
Some of them
have.
have skipped over racism.
Yes. Definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a
Is Corey Holcomb a good comedian?
He's very crass.
Is he?
Yes.
You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than to ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
But do you
That's a
understand?
fact.
Do you understand that it's made like that on purpose? The position,
It's the system.
Let's
The
see, this
system
is some
against us.
crazy
I got
talk
it.
right
okay,
here.
but the position you and your people are in,
Who is my people?
black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with
black
that.
is a construct. They told you that you was black.
Okay, well,
that's
brown,
why you start
brown
believing it.
then.
No.
Maybe
We
I'm
not brown. We not black. We not none of that shit.
Oh, well, what are we?
We not none. For me, I'm a believer in God. That's what I am. My foundation is always going to be Christianity, Christ, Jesus first. I don't claim none of that other shit. You not gonna get me to believe in you based off of some shit that you can't control. You didn't pick it. And the thing about other cultures, whether you black, Chinese, Asians don't fuck with each other just because they Asian. Chinese people and Japanese people and Taiwanese people, they're all different. Koreans are different. All white people don't fuck with all white people. So why do I have an obligation to fuck with somebody just because he black? Okay. And then the definition of how you define black is based off of something that a white man gave to you.
Okay. Well, trust me, brother. You white people, let me tell you something. I know Caucasian people that have looked at me and threw me licks. But I am from Chicago.
And I'm from Detroit.
It was Chicago is very segregated. I knew nothing about Caucasian people until I moved to Los Angeles. And a lot of the stories I heard, it turned out to be just that. But back to this Christianity, you have to understand this. You were taught that by the people who kidnapped you. Is that a lie?
Nope.
Okay, so
we was taught everything that you know on this earth, it was taught to you. The racism that you have in your heart, it was taught to you.
You say I'm racist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Finally.
Oh, I studied you.
Wow.
I studied you.
This is why
Where am I racist? I don't know a lot of racism in me. But
Absolutely.
maybe you can show me something I don't know.
We're gonna get there.
I wanted
We'll
you
get
guys
there.
to start the show off in your own like.
No.
I don't
When
wanna-
Brother Anton Daniels was talking to me on the phone, I knew that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things,
Yeah,
but
we
I
talked about
believe
that.
we can have a conversation like men. It's like a
Absolutely.
lot of stuff he's saying right now, I disagree with so much. But
both of us.
I'm going to try to make a point because I have the hopes. I have the hopes in reaching him in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know that ain't guaranteed. I'm not.
And
blind.
Sunkist, are you from Texas?
I am.
Oh yeah, okay. What brought you to Savannah?
My husband was in
Augusta?
the military.
Oh, so he was at Hunter or Fort Stewart?
He was at Fort Stewart.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that
And
makes sense.
then he ended up at Gordon.
I got you. Let's see here.
I have the hopes that I'm gonna get y'all off of the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about the Democratic plantation.
Everything that you speak of, it's a reflection of the same thing that they speak of. So you may not claim it, but you're a reflection of it.
Well, if I reflect something that is this Democratic plantation, I tell you what, I really don't study a Democratic plantation. I try to study being a stand-up human being where when I look in the mirror, I don't see a slick motherfucker.
Correct.
That's who I am.
I'm with it.
I don't like slick motherfuckers.
That's the first thing we agreed on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got there. But I get labeled all the time. I was talking to a young lady on the phone the other day, and she said, "I know you hate the what's the lady who calls herself a doctor? I'm blanking right now.
Oh my God,
Dr. Bryant." And I'm like, I don't hate nobody. Where do you get hate from? And then I was on the internet. Every once in a while, I look at the pages that use my likeness and image and everything, and I listened to some of the stuff they said, and I was called bitter, and I don't know how to get money. But anyway, coincidentally, today I'm talking to a brother who knows how to work the internet well and get money.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's like, everything comes in its season for a man like me. I don't say I got all the answers to everything, but I am willing to talk logically to people who I feel like are able to communicate. That's what I'm saying. Because like the stuff you say, and so, you know, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's your personality too. Like,
And it would be boring to hear just one person's take or views on things. This makes it interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am. You need a mic, ma'am. You can ask on the mic. God damn it.
Anton, just a clarifying question. What about, are you comparing racism with prejudice? Is it, do you think black people can truly be racist, or are we just prejudiced?
No, I think that there's a lot of people that hate white people, like straight up hate white people, and it's very unfortunate.
Let me just say here that all racism is prejudice, but not all prejudice. I'm sorry, all racists are prejudiced, but not all people who are prejudiced are racists. There is no either or. You're either a racist or you're not. Calling racism prejudice is like calling, a specific model of car, a car, like calling my 73 Super Beetle a car. You can be specific to the model, or you can be, general. And sometimes it matters, whether you're specific or whether you're making a generality.
Fortunate because they're not even the ones that's winning over here. We compare ourselves against a group of people that the majority of them is on food stamps and welfare. They would be a disappointment to their ancestors.
Right, but isn't true racism a system that controls access to,
Well, that's the argument, right? The argument is
we can't make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and programs and things like that.
The main way that they
You need to be empowered to be racist, to be quite honest.
See, that's what I was going to say. Y'all, that's the
Nope, they get that shit wrong too. Anybody can be a racist. It's not a power thing. They're confusing race and racist with racism. Black people don't control racism by and large. You can be a racist. Anybody can do that.
argument that black people make is that you can't be racist if you can't actually have an impact on another group of people.
That is not
so it's
true.
supposedly systemic. It's false.
Systemic.
I just seen a guy that used to be the president of the United States of America.
They're just mangling shit. They're mangling concepts. They're just mangling the stuff, and they're unlistenable. It's just so frustrating.
America that wanted to becoming the president of the United States of America for the second time, almost get everything taken away from him, literally. And he was basically being taken down by black people. Kamala Harris, Letitia James, who was the, in New York, Fani Willis, down
that's
in
that
Georgia.
Republican.
All of those are black women, specifically
Trump
that
train,
met with
he's
Kamala
right.
Harris months before they actually started this campaign during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me because then I have to ask myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct,
I figured
And if it's all
this would send out the bat signal for you, MOT.
Yeah.
Apparently this was a big blowout, and oh shit, this clip is almost over. I watched about 20 minutes of it, and I'm just sitting here this dude is
He needs to be
really
a frequent victim of getting his ass whooped. In public, every time you open this fucking door, there should be a group of 100 people ready to stomp this dude's fucking face off. I am sick and tired of this dude buying his way onto platforms and saying stupid shit to get his ass whooped. Like he's buying his way onto these platforms.
Well, let me put it to you this way: Corey Holcomb is his equal.
Oh no!
Corey Holcomb.
They're both Delta Novembers. Trust me.
I'm just sitting here. This dude is just over his head when he starts talking about race in America.
He doesn't know anything about politics. No issues about history. He doesn't know. The thing is, he walk in with these right-wing talking points,
Yes.
ahistorical, afactual, and they just let them get this shit off. And here's the thing: he has to buy his way onto these platforms, and he does pay to get onto these platforms because he's not that popular. Like no one is seeking out. Like no,
Really?
like he's yes. The only way he's being led on these platforms is he's buying his way onto them,
What I'm
I see.
saying, when he sat up there
which
and
is
acting the
fine.
fool because he wasn't invited to the opening of that new building, like he not that important. Like,
Like what I'm saying is like when you go onto this road of being this type of person, no, like he doesn't understand that black conservatives they don't need black conservatives anymore. But he's trying to keep living down this like 1970s trope of like black conservatism, this ahistorical, this apolitical thing, and it's just a show. It's just a show devoid of facts, devoid of history. And he always want to talk to other Delta Novembers. Now he never goes to like actual shows and actually debate conservative policies. For a person who claims to be conservative, he has never debated conservative policy ever.
Well, somebody brought up, not on this show, I forget what I was watching, but if you read this book called The Loneliness of the Black Republican, there's a guy named Arthur Fletcher who was like one of the principal architects of the affirmative action program under Nixon, I guess it was. More people should actually know about him. For better or for worse, Nixon, if it hadn't been for Kennedy getting Martin Luther King out of jail, Martin Luther King's junior and senior were gonna vote for Nixon. So, you gotta know stuff like this. It's really disappointing to see someone over 40 just mangling this shit. It's embarrassing. And he doesn't even know enough to be embarrassed. That's the sad part.
And this is easily remedied by just knowing shit.
Yeah.
White people, and all of the energy is going towards a person that black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America. But we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife. We fuck with him. As a culture, we champion him.
See,
we absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know I know that. That's why I ain't arguing with you on this.
So
point.
absolutely,
Delta Novembers.
I'm a Republican.
But listen to this. What was he supposed to be? The president of the black people?
Like, I think they misunderstand what percentage of the people that we are a part of. Like, they act like he became the president of Uganda and he didn't do shit for Ugandans. Like that's not what the fuck. He became the president of a 13% black country. And he did do a lot of things, but he did nothing for the Delta November exclusively. And he didn't put his name, the name Delta November on anything as well. That's what they were expecting. I mean,
well, I don't
most of
guess
these people-
Obamacare was good enough.
And here's the thing: a lot of those people live in the South, so they wouldn't be able to get Obamacare. I mean, but a lot of states set up healthcare exchanges, like your state set up healthcare exchanges, even though they didn't accept the. But the healthcare exchanges were still good, even without the Medicaid expansion. And a lot of people don't understand that a lot of states, rather than opting for the Medicaid expansion, they still set up exchanges where the insurance rates were still lower than what was on the market, especially during the Bush administration.
Right. Well, let's finish this out. I don't know. Maybe we'll just go ahead and watch more of it. This clip's almost over.
You didn't
though.
know that?
I'm a straight up, up and down Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history because Republicans were the party of black people.
Here we go.
It's the original party of black people.
And what happened?
Now let me tell you, this motherfucker is an embarrassment. Does he not understand that it was the Republicans who ended Reconstruction?
Yes, they did.
What the fuck is he talking about? The party of black people, they sold us down the river.
Republicans stopped Reconstruction, and then the actual conservatives of today took hold in the fucking South. That's what happened.
Yep.
You ended Reconstruction. You pulled out the military to make sure that people got a chance to vote. Then all of a sudden, voting representation dropped to an end, and then there was sectarian violence and other means against those people in the South. The black Republicans sold out. So yeah, the original party, yeah.
Well, what he doesn't understand is even within that Republican Party, during the Civil War, he's thinking of the radical Republicans. There were Republicans who weren't so radical, who were more into business. They were more into like economics and business and stuff.
Yes.
It was just a radical portion of the Republican Party, and Lincoln was not a radical Republican.
No, he wasn't.
These guys are just really bad at this.
But here's the thing. You never find himself in front of black people who know things about political history, or find themselves debating a white liberal about his so-called conservative bullshit, because it would be called out by either one of those groups. But he has to stay close to these comedians and these clowns. And trust me, Corey Holcomb, also a Delta November. It's one of the big tropes online for black men. They just can't be intellectual. They have to be Corey Holcomb, Cat Williams, or Patrice O'Neill. They have
Charleston White.
Charleston White. Same thing. They just cannot be a normal human being. They got to be this. Air ratchet is the only way to fly. That this is where these dudes go. I'm not represented by these people, man. I'm not represented by them.
Hey, let me tell you something. I caught just a little puff of smoke the other day. I was like, Patrice O'Neill, that motherfucker isn't funny. I've never been able to figure out why Patrice O'Neill. Now he's real funny. I don't know how much you know about the this whole what was their name? Opie and Anthony. There was a whole like universe. They were they were basically like the white trash version of Howard Stern.
Yep, that's exactly what they was. That's exactly what they was.
So, Patrice O'Neill was hanging out with all these second-rate comedians. There was a guy named, I think his name was Jim North. Just like real lowbrow humor, which is fine.
Yeah, Jimmy North.
But that's
that's
like comparing
who turned into a grifter in his own right. Yeah, you're right.
Did he? I haven't heard hiding or hair of him in years. But I was gonna make the real bougie point of it's the difference between the Three Stooges and and the Marx Brothers. One set of humor is just a little bit more. It'll engage your brain a little bit more. But it really does make me sad.
This one would rot your brain.
Yeah, it honestly Anton Daniels makes me sad.
They were the party that actually freed the slaves. Lincoln was a straight up Republican. When you're talking about the emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. I'm telling you what it stands for.
You don't fuck with the backdoor shit?
I don't.
I don't either.
Yeah, but conservatives never fuck with black people either. Outside of the gay people. Like, you think that's just exclusive for gay people?
let me put it to you this way. He wants to talk about 1865, but he wants to skip over 1877. The motherfucker is just incomplete.
does.
He's got a little knowledge. So let me
he
play this
has enough
thing that
knowledge
Sunkist
for his
sent me.
talking points, but nothing else beyond that. Like if you asked him about, okay, let's go through the actual laws that were actually passed, and let's talk about conservatism throughout history and things that happened to black people throughout history. It's not going to take long for him to say, well, why don't you just suck it up and just stop complaining about white people? That's what it turns into at some point.
This is the clip you have about facial recognition. I know I subscribe to this woman's channel, I think. Let's see what she has to say. I tend to like her. I'm still not going to agree with her, I bet.
You know why old pictures made black people look gray or ashy or like they're standing in the dark? Because cameras weren't built to see us. Literally, Kodak built film that was color balanced to white skin. And the way they did it was something called the Shirley card. So back in the 50s, Kodak picked this one white woman named Shirley to be the face of all color film. Labs around the world got these Shirley cards. A white woman in perfect lighting smiling in a studio. That was the standard. The industry calibrated the entire concept of color to one white woman's skin tone. So when you brought in your family photos, your black, brown, or mixed skin faces, the machines didn't know what to do. It would try to make you look like Shirley. And if you look like me, there's no way you're looking like Shirley. But of course, when it couldn't, it just dimmed you out. That's why your grandparents' photos look like they were taken on the dark side of the moon. And of course, the excuse was like, it's not racist, it's just technical. But you don't accidentally design an entire technology around whiteness. That's a choice. They didn't build cameras that couldn't see black people. They built cameras that didn't need to. Because who were they photographing, right? White families, white weddings, white ads. Black faces didn't exist to them unless it was for a mugshot or a headline. We were never the audience. We were always the backdrop. But here's the part that's going to make your blood boil. Right, because Kodak didn't fix this for us. They fixed it because chocolate factories and furniture makers complained, saying that their ads looked bad. Dark wood and dark chocolate were hard to capture on camera, so they literally improved color film to make products look good, not the people. Cool. We weren't even seen as worth adjusting for until companies started losing money. Capitalism said, we can't see black folks, and Kodak said, yeah, okay, that's fine. But
well, see, someone like Anton Daniels would say, well, see, capitalism works. The markets work.
when capitalism said we can't sell chocolate, Kodak said, oh my God, we must do something. Oh, I swear you can make this up.
Milk chocolate.
It wasn't until the 1990s.
Hold on
Yes,
one second.
the 1990s.
I didn't hear what you said.
I say, and it wasn't chocolate. They were trying to put milk chocolate on the screen, not 90% cacao chocolate on the screen.
That Kodak released multiracial Shirley cards, not because they suddenly grew a conscience, but because they couldn't sell film in Africa, the Caribbean, or South America anymore. You can't market whiteness in a world that is literally full of color. So they added some brown faces, patted themselves on the back, and called it progress. Like decades of erasure could be fixed with a rebrand. So yeah, next time you look at those old pictures and wonder why your grandma looks invisible, remember that she wasn't. It was just the film that refused to see her. Because it wasn't bad lighting, it wasn't an accident, it was designed. A camera calibrated to whiteness. A world built to pretend that only Shirley mattered. And the wildest part, people still act like that was just a glitch in the system. But nah, that...
Okay, well, Sunkist, I wasn't talking about cameras, I was talking about facial recognition. The facial, that's a separate issue from the facial recognition stuff. I'm saying that the impression I get is it was actually almost an oversight. There were no Black people on development teams to go, oh, hey, you know, when I tested on, excuse me, when I tested on me, it's not working so well. There was a thing years ago, and it's probably still probably still being worked on, but everybody, facial recognition would basically act like all black people look alike. And there were a lot of misidentifications and stuff like that.
Oh, a ton.
So that is basically black people aren't there to go, hey, what about? Now, let me see. Hold on one sec. I'll find the rest of that Corey Holcomb thing.
We're in 2026 and this dude is kicking around 19.
Would MOT drop out? Your audio cut. All right, let me see. Can I find it? I thought I'd saved that link, but apparently I didn't. All right, well, I'm looking for that link. Oh, the other thing, JP, they finally released the Pop the Balloon Indianapolis edition with where JP is a contestant. I guess I'm gonna have a look at that on Saturday. Again, it was just kind of embarrassing. JP got all the balloons popped on him. I don't know how you live that down with your friends, but he started one of his requirements. They were asking like, well, what do you want in a woman? And he said he wanted a woman that is fertile with good fertility. They all popped their balloons. It was hilarious. All right, let me see, can I find? There we go. I guess it's this one.
Like, because
let me go back right quick. Oh, that's something different.
like, because y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand what is it that y'all looking for. What is going to help y'all?
A whole thing that has happened.
Because I'm solutions oriented. And I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black in the United States, you've been through some shit.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit that they have never been through. Like, you've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't understand. What are you saying? Like,
because most of the niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These is new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black people in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism?
Yes. Definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
Skip ahead. We've seen this.
That's a fact.
Do you understand? I'm saying, like,
oh wait, nope. Let me go
I ain't
back.
trying to get set on.
Let's slow down because you talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, but I want to go back to where
easy to say.
Now, Corey Holcomb, in my opinion, kicked this all off.
No, hold on. Let's be real. Fuck that woman.
Charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout. Slaves, Lincoln, during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me because then I have to ask myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct and if it's all about white people and all of the energy is going towards a person that black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America, but we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife. We fuck with him. As a culture, we champion him. We absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know, his view about we as a culture, dude, you sound literally like an ignorant white man.
Yes.
Like we're all the same? The fuck?
So Stanley, at this point, you're supposed to bring him up to speed with everything that Barack Obama did, which he could easily fucking go research. But
right.
For time's sake, he just wanted to make it look like the only thing he did was just for gay marriage. And here's the thing. There's a ton of gay people in the so-called church. That dude playing the piano, the choir director. Stop with the bullshit that you don't like gay people, man. Please stop it. Most of these gossip mongering black people on YouTube, extremely sweet, not master. And this is what these people go after, and it's just that they want to keep pushing this trope. Like me, I don't have a problem with gay people. I actually have more problems with comedians and Delta Novembers than gay people and ignorant black people. I'd rather fight for gay rights. I'd rather do all that shit than to work with Delta Novembers. Rather than work with these pro-blacks who only want things to work for them but don't want to work for no other group of people, even though it took all of those group of people to give us the little rights that we do have. Unbelievable. Listen, he never debates policy. He can't debate policy.
Hey, Kim, I haven't looked at your email. I'll look at it. But he never made it. He got all his balloons popped before he even got to ask, any single woman a question.
Damn. Who was that?
And
who got all their balloons popped?
Jay Prince was on he was on an episode of Pop the Balloon Indianapolis, Milwaukee,
Yes.
Wisconsin edition.
Yeah.
So somehow or another he wound up being like one of the contestants.
No, he was
I think
talking
he was
about that on, I forget whose show. Who's the woman show that you go to? Not Candy Cane. What's the other one?
Oh, he was on Tea Here for the Tea.
Yes, he was on her show.
Did he
tried to
say
pretend
the part that all the women pop their balloons?
No, he said that he was on the show. He didn't say anything about balloon popping or none
Let
of the other
me
stuff.
tell you. Let me just give you a preview. So at the beginning, they'll ask like, "What are you looking for in a woman?" First, they'll say, "Tell us about you." So he just comes out lying. Oh, he's got a food truck and a hot dog cart. No, he doesn't. He might have a chastity. He might have a
public welfare
chastity setting up
recipient,
on
man.
blocks, but
That's
he's
what he is.
not a business owner. He talks all the time about how his dream is to have a business. Maybe he's got some rusted out Hulk somewhere.
No,
But
he
the
got
way
that food truck. He do got
he
that
does.
food truck. Yeah, all them women donated their money
Wait,
to
hold
help
it.
him.
Does it sell- Whoa! It's not a food truck till you're selling food out of it.
Yeah,
Other than
he
that,
got
other
it
than that,
all up and running.
it's just a truck if you're not selling out of it.
And yeah, when he got the paperwork and everything complete, that's when he decided he needed to go get a job.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I can't.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, and all
I
the
think.
women
Let me
donated
just
all
say
their
he
money.
was. Let me
Women
just say he
donated to
was
this
collecting.
freak.
They
He
did.
didn't
I
mention.
didn't. But
He
yeah,
didn't
they
mention
did.
anything. He talked about. He stretched the truth then about the truck and the hot dog cart. He didn't mention any. He did mention his kids. He didn't mention anything about being on welfare.
No.
So that's.
And that was a
Let's just
flex
say
to
he
him to
was.
tell people that he was on it. That was a flex for
He
him.
is on it apparently. He didn't
No,
mention
he is
anything
on it.
about. Apparently,
He is on it, but it was a
guess.
flex for him to tell other people that he was on it.
Oh yeah, But he's not going to tell them. But let me tell you, when they asked him, what are you looking for in a woman? You know, he goes through the obligatory stuff, but then he lands on, I want a woman with good fertility. And they all popped.
Oh yeah, Delta November is trying to spread that to the next generation. Shit, no.
no more spoilers. I'm just like, dude, did you really think you were gonna get on a show and talk about women's fertility and they were gonna like not pop their balloons? It's like, dude, you already said you have kids and all of a sudden you're worried about other women's fertility. So you want some woman to be a mother to your kids and produce more? What an invitation. Any woman would want that, right?
Thank the women for look.
If you know anything about Pop the Balloon Indianapolis, most of those women up there were probably baby mamas already.
Oh,
So
Indianapolis, yes.
yes. I don't want to prejudge, but I'm saying there's a strong
You should.
possibility.
Dude, I'm through Indianapolis a lot, and let me tell you.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Then you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean, but a lot of these dudes are highly finished as well, and they shouldn't be having any kids anyway. God, a man just worried about fertility. Now I can see if you got your stuff together, yada yada yada. You want to have kids. Not that guy. That guy can't leave with the "I just want to have babies" thing. Nah.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what he led with, but he actually looked decent. He was wearing a pair of leather pants and had his hair cornrowed. And it turns out
Everybody
he
can
says
smell the Delta November beyond.
Dude, then he told him his age is 40. So I don't know whether he's older or younger
That
or
dude's
whatever.
that old? He's that older?
Okay,
Damn.
all I have to say is 40, looking like you look and talking about women's fertility. Dude, what were you thinking?
I thought that dude was in his 30s or something like that, because he doesn't seem that more mature acting to be like a 40-year-old dude. But damn, okay.
Nope. He identified as 40. And Kimmy, this is where I stand with JB. He'll be in the jailhouse till the end of month, or he can bail himself out with $25. So if anybody, I haven't seen him in a few days, so I'll let him know when he gets back. But that's the final decision. So let's get back to the main event here.
You know I know that. That's why I ain't arguing with you on this point.
Absolutely I vote.
Are you independent? What do you?
I'm a Republican.
You didn't know that?
I'm a straight up, up and down Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history, because Republicans were the party of black people. It's the original party of black people. They were the party that actually freed the slaves. Lincoln was a straight up Republican. When you're talking about emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for, as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. I'm telling you what it stands for.
You don't fuck with the backdoor shit?
I don't.
I don't either.
That's what it's saying. What it means to be a Republican is this, because a lot of people like to say,
"Hey, Sunkissed, it was good having you up here." So hopefully we can entertain you till you fall asleep. We'll talk to you later.
Man, wow.
Because that's a backdoor Republican.
No, go ahead.
I want to do just like a response to that type of conservatism. Because when you get black conservatives together, nobody knows why they're conservative. And conservative doesn't mean Christian. And if that was the case, how come white Christians couldn't treat you like one of their own? They seem to kind of forget about that love thy neighbor stuff.
No, what he doesn't understand, and it was a white woman brought it up on a show, on a little piece of show I looked at today. It's literally, there is a black church because of white people.
Yes.
This whole thing. I'm not one to criticize people and their religion, but still you got to know the history. They literally would like take out parts of the Bible that they didn't want slaves to see.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to hear someone like a black Republican like Anton going on and on about Christianity, because like any other religion, it's got a little bit of a checkered past.
Yeah, it's kind of like how this type of Republican don't understand the concept of HCBUs. Like, don't understand the concept of why they had to be different educational paths. Like, you couldn't walk into a courtroom even though you graduated from school. You still couldn't go in and represent people.
Yep.
Even though you had legal training.
Oh,
right?
But we were doing real well during Jim Crow. We were doing real well.
Man.
You couldn't even have a black lawyer. There's a reason.
Easily cheated out of your property.
There's a reason why there was no black lawyer in To Kill a Mockingbird.
But that damn show was a black ass defense.
Hey,
because that was what was your place back then.
For everyone who has shows like content, even if it's on TikTok, go ahead and drop your links. Always feel free to do that. And Shara, I like cooking shows, so definitely drop your link. I don't have a TikTok account, but I'll figure out how to watch your show. So if you're doing cooking, baking too. Ooh. Well, by the way, part of at least Saturday's show, we're going to do cooking videos and baking videos, just because I like to do that every now and again. I'm in the middle of struggling to learn how to do sourdough bread, and it is a time. But the one I baked yesterday is better than the one before that, so I guess it's going to be a slow progression. But drop your links, folks.
And we were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents that we vote Democrat no matter what, right? Regardless of what they stand for, regardless of the agendas that they push, regardless of how much nonsense that we see in our communities, regardless of how many Democrats actually destroyed our cities from Chicago to Detroit, all across the board. We were taught to vote that no matter what. You vote Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between the parties on a very fundamental level, not complicated at all.
Really? You finna say it's a difference between the parties?
This is the difference.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. You may say that it's the same type of public politicians that take advantage of the taxpayers and take advantage of the people. The difference in the parties historically is Republicans want less government so you can do what the fuck you want to do. And Democrats want more control, so they want to control what your money is, where your tax dollars go, and
so Democrats want to control your money. They just think government should do something. I don't know.
I mean, but he does live in your state, right? He does live in your state, right?
Does he really?
Yeah, he does live in Georgia. I think he does.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, he go with this I'm from Detroit shit, but he does live in Georgia, Atlanta specifically, I think.
Oh,
but at the end of the day,
I thought he lived in Detroit.
Either way, he's not living in a conservative area around his people. Right. Either way, that's what it is. So he wanted to live closer to the liberal shit, but don't want to vote for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, well, Georgia is conservative, but let me put it to you this way. They are allowed to teach AP African American studies in our high schools. It was a big controversy. At first,
yes, it was. I do remember
said no.
I do
Yeah,
remember.
and I don't know how much Kemp had to do with it, but in the end, they reversed it and said, "Yep, you can teach it." So, I like Georgia. I don't have a problem with Brian Kemp. Um, I know I gotta catch up with Lupin, who lives in Georgia also. He doesn't like Kemp. It's not like I would vote for Kemp if you know, it depends. I could see myself voting for Kemp if I absolutely didn't like the Democrat, because I think Kemp, for a conservative, he just impressed me during the Ahmaud Arbery case. He wasn't fucking around with that.
No. It was very
There was
clear.
yes, there
Very
was
unambiguous.
yes, and you know what? If you're going to be a Republican, but you're literally going to go, this is unacceptable, and we must repeal this Civil War or this slavery time law. I'll give you. Hey, I'll look your way. Under the right circumstances, I would vote for Kemp. I don't think he hates black people. He may not want to be around them. But
that.
I'll go for
he
justice.
isn't. Yeah, but the thing is that like there are places in South Carolina, I've just been there, a lot, over the past couple months. There's a lot of places in South Carolina I live. I live in Hilton Head. I live in Lady Island. Shit, I even live in Savannah. I live in Atlanta. But
Savannah's
more
awesome.
conservative. Oh yeah, Savannah's great.
I grew up there.
I need some water by me though. I need some water by me.
Let me tell you, I lived in upstate South Carolina between Greenville and Spartanburg. I loved living there. It was awesome. So,
Stanley, I'm telling you right now, man. Living in the South when you got money, it's a way different experience.
Yep.
Way different than just a poor kid being raised in the South, man. Dude, the South is so much better right now. You can have a lot of peace, but you got to make sure you have your stuff together and be able to separate, so that way you're not, too tied down to the Delta November. Other than that, it's great. It's great, man. So good.
Yeah, Kimmy says that she thinks Anton means bigger government. Look, having a responsible government that serves the American people, it means that the government might be bigger, maybe it even probably will be bigger, but I think you can basically not promote a bloated government and still have the government responsive to the people's needs. This leaving everything to markets,
no, that's crazy.
That is crazy. Okay, this notion, some of these people want to do like a Milton Friedman or Friedrich Hayek, where the market basically controls the people. It's like the market is God. They
worship the free market, and while they misunderstand what the actual free market is, they don't understand it. It's all tropes and all this nonsense. Because again, you've never seen Anton Daniels actually debate conservative history or Republican history, because this is because within the black, around black people, nobody wants to admit what part of the government they would like cut. No. They're like, okay, so if it wasn't for the EEOC, like we have an EEOC, a Fair Housing Administration, like why do you think that stuff was there? Because the free market decided that your ass don't get a house. The free market decided that your ass don't get a job. So how can there be people talking about the markets will fix everything when clearly the markets left people out?
No, let me tell you something. These guys, there's a book that I'm going to talk about because I haven't read it in years, called The Color of Money. No, I'm sorry, The Color of Law. And it talks all about redlining. This guy named Richard Rothstein, I think is his name. The first time I heard him, and it's been probably about 10 years ago, I just happened upon him, this YouTube thing that he did. Dude, it was chilling. It was chilling to hear just the shit. Like Levittown, he goes into like the history of Levittown. Dude, these white people post World War II with the GI Bill and all the benefits, the FHA and all that stuff to move people into the suburbs, and blacks were purposefully boxed out of it. I just don't know how somebody can, like an Anton Daniels, can be against reparations. Okay, Jim Crow is literally responsible for robbing the black community of generational wealth. You couldn't build
Black Republican
with a house. It's really just studying that history. How you cannot get pissed off or militant is beyond me.
Like, but Stanley, this is the stuff that he would never consider conservative.
Really?
Like he would.
You mean reading a book?
No. Like he talks about history in front of ahistorical people. Like he isn't a powerhouse when it comes to citing conservative history. It's all tropes and nonsense about why he wants to be a conservative and why it's all puff pieces and nonsense, right? And it's like, to me, at this point in my life, Stanley, I do not want to talk to people who don't vote. If you don't vote, if you don't even know anything about history, please stay quiet around me, because there's no real reason to not
they're
know
going.
any of this stuff.
I don't know if you saw this. You want to talk voting? Well, here's a treat coming up for you here really soon. They get into the voting part.
What you can do with your money.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this.
That's the fundamental difference.
I'm gonna tell you this. And you don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you.
I'm listening.
The people in charge are not Democrats or Republicans.
I understand that.
Kamala Harris is allowed to do whatever she's done.
We get that.
This new president, he's allowed to do whatever he is willing to do, or they allow him to do.
Facts.
Everything is allowed. There are people in charge of this nation that flat out run shit. And if ain't nobody got the power to uproot them, then we're going to keep having people paying a whole bunch of money for houses and a fire hydrant don't work in front of it, but they'll charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate in the local elections.
Well, you
The
understand,
local-
you
Here we
understand
go.
voting don't work, right?
It does work.
How?
It does, but you just missed it. We
I
have a
haven't
less.
missed- I heard everything you said.
We have a
I
less
can't
than-
wait till you tell me how
we
voting
have a
makes a
less-
difference in this country.
We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate.
Now, see, if Anton does live in Georgia, shame on him. But the first thing I would do when he asked me how, I would be talking about Georgia in the 2020 elections, where black people literally got 2 senators elected, and Joe Biden won the state in the deep damn South, because Stacey Abrams and there's another guy who's a mayor of a small North Carolina town. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. Another black guy, though. These guys got out the vote. They wanted to basically make what do they call it? What do they call it? There's this thing that they used to do, or probably still do, where they'll load up a church bus.
Oh,
and
souls to the
carry
poll.
people.
Yeah, souls to the poll.
Souls to the polls. Yeah, Georgia tried to make that illegal.
Yes, they did.
And it got, basically it didn't carry because it was just a little too racist.
Yeah.
They wanted to come right up to the line, but they wouldn't let them cross it. But yeah, man, Georgia is like the prime shit. South Carolina, without the black vote, Joe Biden would not have even been viable in the Democratic nomination process. Those are two stark examples. Whether you like him or not, Jim
And if Bernie
Clyburn,
Sanders
South
had not
Carolina,
skipped the South, he would be he
Yep.
would have been the nominee. But Bernie
Yep.
Sanders do not know how to interact with nor talk to black people because he's from
Yep.
Vermont. And he has
Yep.
no
And that-
interest in doing so.
Yeah, he was like flat out when they talked about reparations. He was his usual blunt Bernie self, and it turned those South Carolinians the fuck off. you know, it's rare that you hear black people talking about Yankees.
But
it was pretty funny.
people keep thinking that you can ignore the South and win a Democratic primary. You cannot win a Democratic primary without the South for
Right.
an actual presidential election. You can't
Well,
skip the
it's
South.
more that it's the votes don't matter. It's who counts the votes that matter. That's what it doesn't matter.
What's up,
about the
Imperious?
Hey, what's up? Like, I don't know if you guys just saw the SCOTUS's ruling today. I mean, that deals with this
No.
too, because 19 states count votes out after election day. That's going to end now. You can't count votes. After
What
the
was it? Was it a shadow docket thing? Or
No,
was it an
7-2.
actual
No,
ruling?
it's a 7-2. No, it's a 7-2 ruling today.
When did that come out? Because I
It just
haven't
came
been
out this
watching the
morning.
news.
This morning.
I haven't
It
heard
just
that.
came down this morning. It was about the case with the Illinois Congress.
Oh yeah. I saw. You know what? I didn't realize that they had decided it already.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I have a
7-2.
question for you.
Kagan sided with the conservatives on that. Yeah, you can't. Remember, in Georgia's election, I mean, Fulton County admitted to verifying 315,000 votes without signatures. So
I don't
mean,
think. Well, wait, hold
No.
it.
Come on, dude.
you want the
Yeah,
evidence.
drop that link.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
They admitted to it. Hold on. Yeah. Fulton County. admitted to it.
315,000 votes without signatures.
You weren't talking to Kenneth Chesborough, were you? Or Cheeseborough, however you pronounce his name.
No, it's Cheeseborough.
Okay, because he was one of the ones convicted on that egregious shit they were trying to do. I think it was in Coffee County or somewhere where they were trying to rig voting machines.
There's
or
the
something?
Atlanta News. There's the Atlanta News story on it. I mean, you can pull it up. It's from Atlanta News, local news. I mean, I can give you the bigger ones, CBS. I'm just trying to give you the local. Even the local news are talking about it. They admitted to verifying 315,000 votes that did not have poll worker signatures verifying it. That's against
Okay,
Florida.
yeah,
That's
let's
against
have a look
Georgia
at
state
this.
law.
Yeah.
Okay, and did that change anything?
Fulton County made a stunning admission about the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for. Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed.
At best, this is sloppy and it's lazy.
Okay.
Worse.
Stanley, stop right here.
it could be egregious and it could have affected.
Okay. They didn't say the votes were wrong. The tapes was not
Right.
signed.
Wait.
by
How do you know the
tabulation
votes were
people.
cast?
Sir,
How do you know the votes were cast?
when you present evidence, you made
That's
a
what I
very
just did.
specific claim.
I made the claim.
Your evidence
Yes.
does
What did
not
what did those
presuppose.
voting tickets do? What
Sir,
did they say?
allow
the voting
me to
tickets
get
do?
done with my actual
Okay, go ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
Okay. If the votes were incorrect, because they check it against an actual database, like they have to check it against the actual database. The signing the tapes is one thing, and then there's the tabulation versus the actual people count in that area. That just says it wasn't signed. They didn't say that more votes were there that couldn't be there. The poll workers didn't sign the tapes. Now, if the actual claim was that people were counted as voting who didn't vote, then you would be correct. But just not signing the tapes, that doesn't
I know
rise
you're
to the
black,
level.
and I know you're thinking too fast for your abilities. But did you not hear the
Wow, what the
Let's
Look, you're the one who presented evidence. You're the one who presented evidence, right?
Wait, he
You
thought
presented
this
evidence
was,
that's not even
well,
clear.
hold on. He thought this was Chaotic Truth's channel.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yes. Like you have to understand that just signing the actual tapes is not the totality of the vote count process. They have to sign the tapes.
What is the tape? What are the tapes? What are those things?
Okay.
What are those tickets? What are they?
Signing the tapes is just another
like they
form
said
of
in the-
what are
actual
the
video.
they
tapes? What are
said
the
it.
tapes?
No, no.
What are those?
They said it.
Okay,
Oh, Imperious. They said it in the video. They're like receipts.
He didn't apparently hear it though.
No,
he apparently didn't hear it. So what did you
I heard
hear?
it.
What
No,
did
no,
you
no, no,
hear?
no.
What did you hear?
The
What did you
problem
hear?
that you're having, the problem
Can
that
we
you're
rewind
having,
the
sir.
Tape? Rewind it. You
No,
can't
I don't need to
verify
rewind
that
it. Okay.
Can
You're talking
if those
about
tapes are-
a
if those
verification
tapes
process.
Okay, I'll let you go. Just go ahead for 10 minutes.
Okay. If there was a problem with people who voted who shouldn't have voted, there would be more things to complain about other than the signed tapes by the actual poll workers. That's one verification. The other verification processes went through just fine. That's only one thing that didn't go through. That doesn't mean you invalidate every single person who voted in that district because the tapes wasn't signed by the actual poll workers. That's one validation step of probably like 50 or 60 validation steps. You don't throw out the whole voting populace because of that. That's what I'm saying. That's one verification
can I answer
step.
the white girl? Can I answer the white girl? First of all, if you listen, the guy that's talking, he's arguing like a white woman. You can't do that. You can't. Oh
Well,
my
you're
God! the
being all
travesty.
racial up here. What's up with that?
No. I just want to know.
It's what happens when you don't have information for your actual argument, so you try to racialize it.
Because you're
Go ahead.
You're
not going to be able to get me off my point.
You don't even know the point you're making. That's my point.
Okay, I will repeat my point. I will repeat my point again. Wait. You say I couldn't the tapes are
What are the
tapes?
tapes?
Could you shut the fuck up so I can actually speak?
No, because you just keep talking. You don't even know what the tapes are.
Talking is part of my point.
No, it isn't.
So I'm going to go through it again. I'm going to go through it again.
Listen, not talk.
I'm going to go through it again.
But
So
apparently
this time, let me know when you're ready to listen to my actual point rather than talking through my actual point.
I just want to know
The
what the tapes
tapes
are.
are one form of verification among the other form. The tapes for the poll workers, they didn't sign it. Okay? It's a one form of actual verification of who voted among other verification methods.
No, it's not.
like
It's the only
when you
verification
get
method. That's why state law.
That's my point. That is my point, not your point. That's my point. My point that's not the only verification method. Your point is that's the only verification method, so therefore we can't do this. You just can't take my point and make it your point. What's going on here?
Oh, okay. So you want to hear the answer, or just want to keep nigger babbling?
No, sir. What I'm actually saying.
You don't want to, okay, so you don't want to
what I'm actually
that's
saying.
all I want to know.
Okay, well, fuck your point. Like, dude, I don't need your help. All right. If they said the votes were invalid, then they would have threw all the ballots out. You come up here with an actual incorrect premise, and then you tried to take my point and make it your point.
Well, I also want to say, if this
okay,
is,
so you want the answer?
Hold on one
second.
Imperious.
The blacks talking their safe space. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Imperious, you're outnumbered. If the blacks are here, then we're
really
outnumbering
not.
you.
My intelligence.
Let me ask you a question though. This story's 3 weeks old. I don't recall Trump coming out and raising hell about it.
Because the Department of Justice is suing them.
Okay, the Department of Justice can sue all they want.
And when they won.
Well, number one, the Department of Justice the Department of Justice probably won't make any sort of hay. This is a state issue, not a federal issue.
It's a federal issue. It's a federal election issue. What are you talking about? Just like you thought that.
It is literally a state. It is literally. You should know. You should know this. That
it's a federal issue. Is it a federal election?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Is it a federal election? I don't care what you agree with.
Yeah. Okay, it's a federal election, but let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Just ramble. All of your points, both of you just ramble.
Okay, God damn it. I'm going to get my fucking point across. Okay, Imperious.
He wants to filibuster through the actual point.
Hold on one second. All I'm saying is that let the Justice Department sue. If it was a big deal, believe me, Big Daddy Trump would have made hay out of it. That's basically telling me.
Just like you didn't know about this, you didn't know what he did. That's what I'm
okay, well, okay.
What's going on?
Imperious, I watch Trump is on daily. He's got a YouTube channel. Anytime Trump is speaking, the White House will put him on YouTube amongst other venues. I haven't heard Trump say anything about it.
Talk about it. Will you mute yourself and mute this idiot and let me talk? Or do you want to be?
He's not an idiot.
Just let him talk.
He's arguing about
go ahead and talk.
What are the tapes? Yeah, what are the
tapes? Receipts.
Do you even know what the tapes are?
The tapes are the receipts.
What are those receipts? What are those receipts and tapes? What are they? What are those tapes and receipts?
Well, they're a form of they're one.
Are you going to actually let me actually complete the actual?
And you're answering for him because a black's got to cover for a black, right?
Okay, you know what?
All right,
enough of that. Enough of that. You need to Imperious. You need to understand that this is not John Galt's channel. This is not CK's channel. Yeah. I'm not doing that racist shtick for the entertainment of my audience or yourself. You either behave yourself and act like you should act up here, or just don't come up here. Your choice. But this is your last call. You can save that racist stuff for other channels.
I mean, I don't even get pissed off or even mad about it at all.
What is more harmful? Inability to conceive and understand facts or getting hurt from mean words?
Okay,
because
well, I don't think hold on. You're the only one up here who seems to think he has facts. The fact is that's one of many checks. Even you admit that.
Check. It's the only check because it checks.
It's not. See, that's the premise of where you're wrong.
Okay. So I don't. Okay, again, just keep babbling loud and don't make me call you the N-word because you're not acting like one, right?
Okay, well, you're not going to use that. Okay, hold on. Hold on one second, MOT. Dude, you act like you're doing us a favor by not using the N-word. What the fuck?
What's going on here?
Don't do us any favors.
Like Stanley. His presuppositional argument is that
That is the only
I can't
check,
even make the
and
argument
that's
because he
it.
chimps out every time I talk. I
No,
made
so-
the.
so-
You want the argument?
so what
The
it
argument
is
very
that-
simple. You can't stay quiet for 1 minute to hear it.
No, well, guess what?
You couldn't stay 1 minute. You couldn't hear the argument for 1 minute.
You
It
keep
is
talking
the
through every
only-
time I try to answer.
Again,
You
he
talk
can't
through
do
my
it.
explanation. Here we go. You keep talking through my explanation.
He can't do
and,
it. He can't
and try
do
to
it. And you
pretend
don't
that
want
you're
me to say
actually
the N-word.
saying
It's
something.
fine. It's fine. I try to, but every word I say, you hang on and you worship. And you
Go
have to
ahead and
respond
make
to
your
it.
argument.
He can't
what
let
is
me
your
do
argument?
it. He won't let me.
Okay, make your argument. Make your argument, and then I'll tell you where your argument's
Now
wrong.
he's taking over
Go
your
ahead.
channel, and he'll tell.
Go ahead.
He can't. He won't. He
Make
won't
your
let me do it.
argument.
He won't let me do it. That's all it takes. He won't let me
Hey,
do it.
hey,
He can't let me do it. This is
whatever your name is, we're gonna start counting down from 10. If you don't start making your argument, you're gonna be off the program. 9.
Oh, does that make you hurt your feelings? That it
8.
just made you. I embarrassed you.
7.
I embarrassed you by showing you have the emotional control of a
6.
5-year-old.
5.
Emotional control of a 5.
4.
I haven't been able to make the argument.
3.
Right here.
2.
Make your argument.
1.
Make the argument.
Make your argument.
I can't, Stanley. He keeps talking. Okay, so here's the argument. The only check there is under the Georgia voting system is those receipts, because that receipt checks with the voter database. So everything that he said about all these other checks, no, that's all the checks encompassed into one, because it checks the voter databases and the signatures that confirm the voters that were in that group, that the signature signed to confirm that it was visibly checked, that it matched with the database in the Georgia voting rolls to who voted. See, you don't even want the argument. You just think you know so much, and it's called hubris, and blacks have hubris. That's why you'll never win.
Win what?
All right.
I live in Colorado. All right. Okay, so here's the thing. It's very simple. That's not the only check. His idea is that is the only check. My idea is that's not the only check. Because if that was the only check, the argument would be different from the actual government. That more people voted and we can't verify them. Those people were counted because your name goes on a list. I'm not sure whether you ever voted or not, but your name is actually on the list. And just because the tapes ain't signed doesn't mean that it's not cross-verified through the checklist where your name is actually have a highlighter through it. Yes, of course. But see, cross-verification is actually 2 forms of verification, maybe 3 or 4. But you came in with one type of verification. My actual presuppositional argument, which is true, is that there's multiple forms of verification. You're only saying that there's one point of verification, and I'm saying that there's multiple.
No, there isn't. You just agreed with me. But
There
thank you.
is no.
No,
All
you don't.
right,
No,
well,
you
have a nice
disagreed
day.
with me, but thank
No,
you.
have a nice day.
No,
Have a nice day.
I just want to revel
Have
in
a
it. I
nice
wanna revel in
day.
my
There are
now he
more.
wants the white guy to go. Now he's scared of the white man. Now you're scared of me because I made you look like the idiot, like I did your ancestors.
No, like here.
I made you look like your ancestors, slaves. You're a mental
here's the thing.
slave.
Here's
You're
the
a
thing.
mental slave.
Your
And you're
actual
my slave.
argument is wrong. Your argument is wrong.
It isn't, because you just agreed with me.
It is not correct. Okay, you have to laugh at your own jokes. No. I didn't agree with your point. I didn't agree with any of your points.
You did. You said they
Your
have to check
point
with the
is single
verification,
point of
right?
failure. My point is there's multiple facets in this actual
what is the
verification
multiple?
process.
What is the multiple? What is the multiple?
There are
Describe
multiple facets
Describe
in this
them.
verification
Describe them.
process.
Describe them.
Yes,
Tell me
they
what
have
they
to
are.
check it from the checklist
What
from
are
the
they?
actual
What are
county
they? What
and
are
from
they?
the
What
actual
are the
state.
multiple checks?
I just told you.
Go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead. What are the multiple checks?
Why you think they hand counted the actual votes? They hand count them after the machine counts them. That's another form of verification. You see how your form,
which they didn't provide. That's
how
what
you
the
see
whole
that
reason
your
is,
form of
missing
verification
signature.
includes one form of verification. My form of verification is all the other verifications that goes with that includes that. Your
There's
point
no
is
other
single point of
verification
failure.
other than what the poll watchers
There
sign. That's
is
the point.
more than that.
What are the other ones?
There
What
is
are
more
they?
than. I already named
they?
them. I already named
What are
them.
they?
I just
no,
named
you
them.
didn't name anything.
I just
you
named
agreed
them.
with
I
me
just
that the
named
poll
them.
watchers
I
sign it.
just named them.
What
You
are
wasn't
they? Name 'em.
listening.
No, I did listen.
I'm not naming them
What
again.
did you name?
I'm not naming them again. I'm
What
not
did you
naming them
name?
again.
What did you name? You can't name them.
No.
I already named them. I named them. You wasn't listening.
But the poll watchers, they
I named them, and you wasn't listening.
The whole point.
I named them, and you wasn't listening.
I listened. I listened intently.
Okay.
I listened very intently, and all you did was agree with me. And say that, yeah, they
no,
didn't sign
I
it.
never agreed with you.
Sign it, and that's the.
I
and that's the
never
verification.
agreed
Thank
with you on no
You did.
point.
That's what you all did.
I
Yes, that's what
didn't
you did.
agree with you.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
I
did.
didn't agree with you. I didn't agree with you.
I have this taped. I'll just post it. You did agree with me. You said that the only
I didn't agree with
there
you.
is the
I
signature
did
and
not
they didn't
agree
sign
with
it.
you. I
they
did not
sign
agree
it?
with you.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't.
you did.
No, I
Thank
did
you,
not
Stanley.
agree with
you. got to get some better ones up here. You
Okay,
gotta get
okay,
some better
so
ones, Stanley. You
your
gotta get
point
some
is
more
single point of
competent people.
failure. That's not my point. That's your
You're
point.
the point of failure. That's why you
That
agreed
is-
with me.
No, I never agree with you. I don't care how many times you say it or how many times you laugh at your own jokes. That's not what that is.
We can repeat it.
Let me hop in here.
That's not my point.
Here right quick.
That's not my point.
Imperious.
That is not my point.
Why don't you rewind it and show what
That
you
isn't
named?
my point.
That your point was that they have multiple verifications, which they don't.
Yes,
and you
they
can't name them.
do. They do.
What are they?
They do. I already named
What are
them.
they? No,
I
you
already
didn't.
named them.
No, you
yes,
didn't.
I did. They have
you
to
didn't.
check them against. Okay. Are you ready
Okay,
again?
go ahead.
Because I'm about to say it again.
Mm-hmm.
They have to check it against the county verification database and the state database. That's all
Who's
that
they?
matters.
Who's they?
The actual people from the state
No,
who
it's
runs
the
the
poll
actual
watcher,
election.
you idiot.
What the fuck are you
That's
talking
the entire
about?
point of the
That's
signature,
not.
you fucking
No,
moron.
no,
You fucking
no.
moron.
No,
You're a complete
no,
fucking
no,
idiot.
no.
Who
Again,
checks the
what I'm
database
saying
the
is
poll
correct.
watchers that sign
What
on
I'm
the
saying
receipt,
is
you
correct.
fucking idiot.
Can I hold
What I'm just saying is
hold on?
Point, you dumb
Hold on,
fucking
everybody,
What am I saying is correct?
Because I want to get back to this video, but
No, we're not getting back to that because we're showing niggers are stupid. We're showing niggers are stupid. We're not going back.
Stanley,
We're showing that
Stanley, it's
niggers
time
are
for this
stupid.
dude to go. Stanley, it's time for this dude to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, now you're gonna
Yeah,
cut the
let me-
now you're gonna
hold
complain to
on.
another
Yeah.
black man to
Yeah,
save
but
you from the white man.
You gotta get this dude
Now
the
you're
fuck
gonna
out of here.
complain to
Stanley, this dude
all
has
I
gotta
want,
go.
all I
Stanley,
want to
this
say,
dude's gotta get the fuck off the panel, bro.
yeah, he's in the back.
So
all I want to
Stanley,
say, well, hold on before you go. Hold on before you go on. 315,000 votes is enough to drastically change the results
of the election.
The Justice Department suing means nothing. Trump only won by like less than 12,000 votes. If it was that big a deal, believe me, Trump would be going nuclear over it. So I don't know the ins and outs of the verification process, but
Yeah,
what
but here's
I'm
the
just
thing,
gonna
Stanley.
well
Every
hold
state
on.
basically
What
has
I'm
the same
gonna
process.
say is I know there must be multiple checks, because if that were the only check, Trump would be going to war right now.
Of course he would. And he knows that. That's why I keep, like, his point was there's one singular point of failure. Since that tape wasn't signed by a poll worker, we have to throw out all 315,000 votes, which is incorrect. There are multiple checks, which he denies because he wants to stick to his point. My point is there's multiple checks.
Okay.
You can't say that just because a poll worker
Brooklyn
did not
Watson-
sign an actual
Brooklyn
tape that
Watson-
look,
Look, just because lawyers are not the end all and be all. Okay, lawyering is not rocket science. Okay, of course there are multiple checks in something as important as a federal
as an election.
That's like,
of course there is.
So being a lawyer is great. As a matter of fact, he's a great lawyer. But election law is its own thing.
There's no singular point of failure. There's no such thing as somebody didn't sign the actual poll tapes for a specific poll, therefore all the votes are fake. That's not the case. His point is singular point of failure. My point is if that was going to throw out that many votes, there'd be a hell of a lot more verification checks than that. There is always a hell of a lot more verification checks than just signing a tape.
Well, I'm also going to say I'm also going to say that the Justice Department suing probably doesn't mean anything. Will they even have standing? Because
because it's a state election, state
states
administered
control
election.
elections.
Yeah,
It
state
can be a federal
administered.
election, but it's literally controlled by the states. So maybe, I don't know enough about the law, but I'm just going to guess that the Justice Department suing, let them sue. They're not going to change. They're not going to change an election. That's for sure.
And here's the thing: you think that's the only place where the poll workers didn't sign the actual tape, so they had to throw out all the votes? It's like, dude, there is no singular point of failure for voting. There are multiple overlapping levels of security for voting, to include the actual ballots themselves, to include the actual databases to which they come from, the county and the state. And yes, the county and the state databases can be wrong, especially if they don't get the updated addresses in time and you have an ID with your address on it, but somehow it's not changing the system. I went through that when I moved. When I moved from Denver to Aurora. My actual ID said my old address in Denver when I clearly have moved to Aurora. Clearly.
Right.
And my name was on the actual.
But you've actually worked polls, right?
Yes. That's why it doesn't make, like, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. But at the end of the day, there is no one singular point of failure for voting. It just isn't.
Right.
And look, I think that voting should be a hell of a lot more accessible. I don't think you should be standing in lines to vote. Period. I think you have a phone, you should be able to vote from there. Like, why do people need to go stand in these long ass lines to go vote? And look, when the polls close at, like, I think it's 8 or 9 p.m. for Colorado, we are one of the first states that post our actual numbers as soon as it's over. We don't have this overflow line of people in line. But that's our elections in Colorado and how we run them. All other states, the reason why they're still counting them is because you still got people in line at midnight who haven't voted. Where you can clearly go to a conservative area of town and be in and out, but in a more liberal area of town, they don't provide enough machines.
Right.
On purpose, by the way. So you have to realize the voting system itself, there's no singular point of failure, which is his point. My point is there's multiple points. I didn't have to bring up that I was a poll watcher and I work for the actual election process. I didn't have to bring that up. I just know, even outside of that, any person knows that there is not a singular point of failure. Because like you said, Stanley, if there was a singular point of failure, every conservative state would be up in arms about something not operating efficiently.
Yeah, they'd be sending their National Guard to Georgia.
Yeah, and this is the problem where, people just want to get their shit off and just want to say a bunch of stupid shit. But at the end of the day, you came in with an article. It wasn't true. You tried to make a broad sweeping generalization without understanding the process. And you just wanted to call the black dude a nigger without getting your fucking head knocked off.
Here's the thing, though. I literally, there's a program called the Georgia Gang. It's like a state news roundup that comes on every Sunday. And it's possible that I missed it, but it didn't even make the Georgia Gang. And
because the way he's presenting it, yes. Because, Mississippi Public Broadcasting have, like, the same level of shit. Dude, if it rose to the level of scrutiny that he's talking about, the world would be on fire. And this would be a pretty big-ass deal. If it was the way he presented
and I keep up,
not the way.
I don't really keep up with state news as well as I should, but I definitely keep up with national news. It didn't even make the national news.
Of course not. Because the way he's presenting it is wrong. And he tried to yell, scream, and filibuster his way to try to make it a bigger point than what the news story actually said. Trust me, if it was a bigger deal than what it was, it would be talked about as a bigger deal than what it was. Trust me. The right wing specializes in making small stories into a very large national story with little to no help needed from the mainstream media. How come they didn't do it here? And what's stopping them from doing it? And it's been 3 weeks. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Justice Department does, but I am curious about this.
Yeah.
Says here, tabulator tapes are essentially receipts printed from the ballot tabulation machines that help to verify the number of voters matches the number of votes.
A simple signature does not invalidate all those people who voted.
Right.
A simple signature on a tape does not throw out every single person who voted in the county. Because if his point was true, he would have to answer that specific question. But he couldn't answer that specific question. That's why all the yelling and screaming and, filibustering 2 points and not really making his point. That's what that was. So.
Well, let me answer this. Look, Imperius, you and I have known each other for a little bit. He didn't go all racial on you. You went racial on him. So, you have known me well enough to know that there's some things that you got away with it once or twice. Everybody who's been on this show knows I don't even like the N-word used on my panel. It gets in there. Sometimes I even use it, but it's fairly rare, and it's usually just me trying to, do it for a specific reason. This is not CT's panel. This is not B. Bray's panel. This definitely isn't John Galt's channel. And we try and keep it to a minimum. Just because it's a form of disrespect, there's disrespect and then there's racial stuff. And you can use any other disrespect you want, but try and keep it try and keep it non-racial.
Yeah, but you have to understand what that was about. He didn't have the strength of character to make his point. So he had to take it to some other level to try to make some other point that didn't have anything to do with the article. My point stands. There is no single point of failure. His assertion is there is a single point of failure.
The one thing I have to give him credit for, he is good with politics, but it just does not stand to reason that the tapes are just the only way to verify a vote.
Yeah.
That's
tapes
a huge number. I think that's a huge number. And believe me, it would have been like a nuclear bomb going off if that was a single point, if that was the only way to verify or validate is a better word.
Okay, Stanley, let's make this point even better. Look at the amount of people who voted in Georgia in 2020 and see what the percentage of 315,000 people are.
Well, Trump lost by 0.23 percentage points. It was basically 49.47 to 49.24. So 300,000 would have been, I don't know. Let's see, there were roughly 5 million votes total. So let's see here.
5 million votes total?
Yeah.
Oh,
roughly.
So 300,000 votes is like, damn, that's like, it's greater than the actual amount that Donald Trump lost by a long shot.
No, Trump only lost by 11,000. So that would have been like an earthquake going off.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, if his point was what he said his actual point was, then there would be a lot more things that would be happening here. But at the end of the day, there's no way that this is true. It just wasn't signed. The tapes wasn't signed for whatever reason. But I can guarantee you that's
by the poll workers.
Yes, yeah, by the poll workers. But you can't say because the tape ain't signed, we don't know who voted. Nonsense. They have multiple ways of checking who voted, and them signing off on the actual.
So that's like
it
it's
doesn't
about
mean
point. It's like oh, you know what? I didn't even notice it was you.
Bro,
That's
I'm not
like
even
what
gonna cut. I don't even have to
0.06.
cut. This, you guys, this is what I'm saying. I won't even. This is so sad that you guys don't even know what went on. This is about the
Okay,
2020
Imperious.
election. Okay,
Before you get to feeling sorry for us, I'm just going off the top of my head saying that, you know, if it was that big a deal, I would have heard about it at the national news level. Why did it not make national news?
it was.
If it's
There was
that
a
big a
Supreme
deal.
Court case about this in 2020. What do you guys talk? This is what I'm saying. You
Okay,
guys don't even.
okay. Listen to what I'm saying, Imperious, because
I am. Do you
apparently
want
it
me to
kind of
show
went
you
over your
all
head.
the stories
I'm
on
talking
CBS
about 2026. This news
That
story
doesn't-
came.
no.
This
No.
news story came out 3 weeks ago, where the
Yes, and what is
attorney
it about? What
basically
is it
made.
referring to?
Hold, don't overtalk me. The admission by the attorney for the county 3 weeks ago. Why didn't it make national news 3 weeks ago or somewhere in that 3 weeks? We're not talking 2020, we're talking 2026. That would be like a nuclear bomb going off.
Do you
Why
want me to
did
give
it
you the
not?
articles that they did that you just didn't hear
Yes.
about it, and so you think because you didn't hear
Well,
about it, it didn't
yeah,
happen?
I definitely want that
So Stanley,
because
what
I
do I
missed
get
it.
if I'm
Yes,
right?
I
What do I
want
get if I'm
the
right?
articles. Thank
What do
you.
I get if I'm right to prove you wrong? What do I get out of
Not
it?
a debt. You get my
Okay, then why
undying
do I put the
gratitude.
effort in? Why would no? I don't want gratitude. I
Well,
want your
I can
submission.
put the wait. Hold
I
it. You
want your
don't have to
submission.
do it. I do have the internet. I can look it up if
Okay,
it's going to cost me something.
Look up Fulton County admits to 315,000 incorrect tallied votes. It was all
Will
over
do.
CBS, CNN, Fox, ABC, and everything.
I
It was
literally
literally
look at
that
I
video.
literally gotcha. Gee, I missed that one because I subscribe to several newspapers.
And so, because maybe instead of talking, you should listen to people who are your superior.
Oh,
That's what I'm trying to tell
wait,
you.
hold on. Wait, hold it. Wait, hold it. Are you implying that you're my superior? Wait, where are you still there? I want to get this on tape.
Yeah,
Imperious.
I mean, Stanley, but
Are you? Well,
Yes,
hold on. Are you implying?
I'm
Are
stating
you implying that you're my superior, Imperious?
That I am
That's not
absolutely.
work.
Okay. I just want to get it on record that Imperious thinks he is Stanley's superior. Just say it clearly so I can get it on tape.
Yes, I am superior.
To me? To
Yes,
Stanley?
I am superior to everybody.
To everybody. Okay. All right. Well, how do I top that? I can't dispute it.
No.
And again, all I'm saying is this. All I'm going to say, again, I'm being hyperbolic, but what I'm saying is this. In the end, there was, the Georgia Senate Bill 202, the Election Integrity Act of 2021,
Yes.
was passed
I've
because
heard
of
of that
these
one.
irregularities. That was why it was a national news. It was a national news story for 6 months while Trump was fighting it through the courts, and the Supreme Court said at the end, oh, well, it's past the election, we can't do anything.
The point I want to make is those votes aren't invalidated.
No, they are invalid. They should have been invalid. That's the whole point. That is the admission. They should have been 315,000 votes in 2020 in Fulton County, which are predominantly Democrat, should have been invalidated. That was what the state admitted. The state of Georgia said it. They said that.
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah,
Stanley,
Brad
Stanley.
Raffensperger. Shame
yeah,
on him. Shame on him.
Exactly. That's why Trump was trying to get. Why do you think Trump was his enemy? Why do you think Trump was trying to get him ousted?
Okay,
Stanley,
I
have
think
one
you.
question.
I don't think. Believe me, Trump called over 11,000 votes. Trump. All I'm saying is, if it was that bad, why was Trump calling about 11,000 votes?
Because he was saying, find them. If you have all these votes, find them. If there's
Yeah,
315,000 votes and all these votes are unaccounted and untabulated and all, find the votes. That's what he said.
Okay, well, the vote, they
remember,
knew where
hold
the,
on,
okay, hold on. They knew where the votes were. They just weren't
but they
signed.
didn't know who voted. That's the point.
I don't
They
think
didn't
that's
know
true.
who voted. No, that's what the receipt is. The receipt.
Okay,
tabulates.
whoa. Does the receipt have the voter's name?
Yeah, it
It's
has the barcode.
It's
Yes,
the
and
election.
yes.
If they were missing the election workers' signatures.
No, the election workers don't sign. They're not the check. Okay, it's not the state that's the check. The check is the poll workers.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, the poll workers. That's what I meant. The election worker, poll worker.
And that's the whole thing. Those receipts, what they do is when a ballot with that barcode, every ballot, okay, has an accounted barcode for the voter.
Okay, it's part of the tabulation process. I get that part.
Okay, so first we can first say, hold on. No, hold on. First,
they've got to make sure.
They've
got to make sure that the end count matches the machine
more than
count.
That. No, it's more than that. It just like on every ballot that is sent to every and 2020 was sent to every voter. Okay, that bar tab is congruent with that voter. Now we are seeing that those signatures. We don't know if those barcodes, those votes were corresponding to that voter, and because we don't have a poll worker that checked it. So we don't know if the number of votes were tabulated correctly, and we don't know if the people that said they voted or that were submitted actually voted. That's what the
Stanley,
problem
I have
is.
one question, a couple of questions. That's very clear. Stanley, the Secretary of State of Georgia is from what political party?
Republican.
That doesn't matter.
Stanley, the governor of the state is from what political party?
Republican, last I checked.
Okay, so if it is, so you're saying that a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State that administers the election in the state signed off on their state not being able to have the actual votes counted.
This happened all over in 2020. Yes, that's why 2020 was a fraudulent election. Yes.
So you said that the Republicans allowed this to happen to themselves.
I'm saying,
but
hold on,
all the other votes in the state were fine for all those elections.
No, I said the 315,000 votes that were
just from that area. Can
I answer, or are you gonna black out again?
No. Like I need to be able to make sure that I have this clear.
You need to be able
to. The Republican Party runs the election. The Republican Party.
Okay,
wait, hold on. Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. All I'm saying is that you want the votes invalidated. You're just a citizen or whatever. The Secretary of State did not feel, because the Secretary of State has to sign off on the election tabulation count being correct. Correct? No, I'm asking a yes or no question. Do you understand that the Secretary of State is going to be the one that verifies the vote count for every district in an election?
No. He signs off on the validity of the election to the state, to the Senate of Georgia, the Georgia Senate, and then they confirm it. Who do you think confirms an election?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, why would they allow a fake vote count, sign off on a fake vote count? Why would they allow that?
Because one, Roethlisberger and Kemp are no allies of Trump. Was Mitch McConnell an ally to Trump?
Okay, all right. Well, that's my only question is that because Raffensperger and Kemp wasn't allies to Trump, they allowed for a fake vote count to be certified in a state that they run.
Like, hold on. Do you think that just because someone's in a party, they don't have intra-party fighting? Like, what do you think's going on with Fetterman and the Democrats right now?
I never said that. Well, you have a Raffensperger problem. You have to go to him and ask him why he certified
It
the
has
vote.
nothing to. No. Hold on. No, this was a systematic.
Well, are you suggesting that somebody lied to Raffensperger?
I'm suggesting the entire political apparatus in 2020 had a antiviral reaction to Trump being in there, and anything that happened that could possibly get him out was allowed. That's what I'm talking. And you're now starting to see the evidence pile up.
I think that you're
okay.
probably...
So then, for example, why did for example 3 Democrat House representatives in 2020 got elected? Because, for example, California's law is that there are no verification. How do you like that? There is no voter verification. There is no vote tally verification. There is no tabulation verification. There is no validation. And you can count, quote, votes that come in up to 2 weeks after. So you guys say like, oh, this couldn't have any it couldn't be like that. It just couldn't be that easy to say.
Well, I know, I personally know less than the two of you. I just have an inkling that if this were such a big deal, like I said, it would have been bigger than Epstein. It would have been bigger than Epstein. Why would it be bigger? It would have been bigger than Epstein for sure.
Why? Why would you think things like that would be covered if the media doesn't want it covered because the establishment and the system itself
hold
needed
on
Trump
now.
out?
I mean, the media is not in control of the news cycle anymore. Donald Trump is.
No, the media. No.
Wait, have you heard what's happening at CBS News?
That has not. Yeah, and what happened? Okay, and what happened in CBS News? What did they take? What did they cover up? For Biden?
You're not getting my point.
Right?
My point is Donald Trump drives news cycles. Okay,
the news people,
the mainstream media works for Donald Trump, not the other way around. They literally have Officer Tatum as part of the White House press corps. They control a lot.
He's independent.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that, believe me, if Donald Trump wanted to make this bigger than Epstein, he's certainly capable of doing it.
He doesn't have that capability. Well, okay, what's the biggest news organization in the world?
I think you're selling
but hold on. What's
Trump
the biggest,
short.
What is the biggest news organization in the world? The Associated Press, right? AP.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Okay, is AP banned from the White House and banned from Air Force One right now? And did they go to the?
I know they were in trouble with the Gulf of America stuff. I don't know their current status.
Yeah, he banned them from. If Trump controls the media so much,
okay, well, if Trump can ban the biggest media outlet, then he has quite a bit of power.
But that's not him controlling them. That's them not listening to him. So as punishment, he's going to ban them.
Okay, if he tossed their asses out of the White House press corps, that is absolute power.
But that's not power over them. That's what I'm trying. That's why. What do you think? Wow. Well, for example, what happened to the Pentagon? In the Pentagon media corps, what happened there? They're all banned. They don't have any.
I know they countersued. I don't think that's been resolved yet.
And
did they lose? I didn't keep up with it.
They lost. The press does not
have
a constitutional right to have access to the president.
Okay, I didn't say he had a constitutional right. Trump doesn't have the constitutional right to end birthright citizenship, but he's making he's giving it the old college try.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Okay, you know what? I don't want to even. Let's save that debate. Let's save that debate for another. Hold on. Let's save that for another, because believe me,
I will argue
believe
this. I'll
me,
just say this,
I'm mighty trepidatious about going up
Let
against
me
a
tell you
lawyer
why. Let me tell you
talking
why.
about the
It's
14th
not about a
Amendment,
lawyer thing. It has nothing to do with a
but
lawyer.
it
has
won't stop me from doing it.
I know it has nothing to do with me being no. It has to do with the fact that what is the total entitlement and what is the argument for birthright citizenship? Habeas corpus, right? You have a
Is
habeas
that what it
corpus
is?
argument. Yes, it is a habeas corpus argument that you have the right to due process and the right to be heard in the venue of the United States. Because you have
Okay, whoa. We're talking birthrights. We're talking birthright citizenship.
That is the claim.
Okay, there is no. You're trying to inject that into the argument.
What was the Wong case about? What was the Wong case about?
Okay, I don't care about any of that. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't been to law school.
Okay, well, I can tell you about the Wong case.
What I do,
Stanley, Stanley.
is that the one about the what was he, Chinese guy?
Chinese citizen who was born in the United States. He
wasn't born in the United States. No, neither was his parents. This is what I'm saying. You don't even know the case.
No. Hey, Stanley, look up the case and look up the summation.
I'm familiar with
you'll
it,
be able to see it.
but I don't need that case. Dude. I'm just looking at the 14th Amendment.
Case.
I'm looking at the 14th.
Citizenship have to do with the 14th
Oh my
Amendment?
God. Okay, listen to what I'm saying, please. All I'm saying is I'm looking at the history of the 14th Amendment and I'm looking at the language of the 14th Amendment. I don't care about what the Supreme Court says, other than they have upheld birthright citizenship.
No, they have.
I do know that an executive order cannot change, cannot counter. That's all I need to know. I don't need to get all fancy. Executive orders.
Where do you get all that?
Executive orders don't even carry the force of law.
Where did you get that from?
Where did I get what from?
Where did you get that from? That an executive order doesn't?
Okay, dude, that's sixth grade civics class.
No, it's not because
okay. Let me tell you that the next president can come in and reverse it. That's why it doesn't have the force of law.
That has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. No. What are you talking about?
Okay, do you want me to explain?
Okay. I don't know whether you've been drinking or what, but
no. I'm
executive orders are not laws, sir.
Yeah, they are.
And you can't pass a law that's contradictory to the Constitution. I think the 14th Amendment, the birthright citizenship part is pretty much plain language.
Where is it plain language?
I have to go and read it.
You don't even know what the 14th Amendment states, bro. This is what I'm trying to say, bro.
I think, okay, Imperius, don't insult my intelligence.
Okay,
I would not be saying this if I wasn't 100% sure of my point. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have the 14th Amendment memorized, but my memory is good enough to recall that it is plain language, jurisdiction, and anybody who is born in the United States that's not under the jurisdiction of another government is a citizen. If you are born here, you are automatically, once you set foot on American soil and you don't have diplomatic status, if you're born here, you're under the jurisdiction. If you are an illegal, even if you're an illegal, you're under the jurisdiction. They can throw your ass. They can throw your ass. You are under the jurisdiction of American law. If you commit a crime and you're here illegally, your ass will go to jail or be deported. But more than likely, depending on the crime, you'll wind up in jail. You're under the jurisdiction is my point.
No, you're not. No, that's not what that means. But I know
you and I will just have to agree to disagree.
No, there's no disagreement. This is you stating and rambling about something you don't know anything about.
Okay, I'm not Imperius. You can save that bullshit for other channels. I
Are
know
you
what
or
I'm
not?
talking
What
about.
did you just say?
You
that had
you
any
can
traction?
literally you see this is what people will try to do to you. They will come in and they will try and rattle your cage. So if you're not sure of your argument, you waver a bit. I'm very sure of my argument.
Yeah,
You're
you're sure
not
you're
going to be able to
wrong.
argue.
That's why you're acting the way you are.
I know what
What does
jurisdiction means.
jurisdiction mean? What does jurisdiction
It
mean?
literally means you are under the laws. You are subject to
No,
the
it doesn't.
law of the
No, it doesn't.
United States. For my
Nope.
for my purposes, that's exactly what it means.
But who cares about your purposes? I'm caring about the American law purposes.
The exception
I don't care about your purposes.
the exception would be if you're a diplomat, and they tend to have types of immunity from U.S. law.
Again, wrong, but that's okay, Stanley.
No,
That's
I'm
okay.
not wrong. I'm not
like I
wrong,
said, all
Imperious.
this is just going to be flipped by John to laugh at you. I mean,
Imperious. I'm not wrong.
but you are, and the Supreme
I'm
Court
sorry,
is
I don't have your level.
Jurisdiction.
I don't have your lawyerly language. I don't have your language. I will admit to that. But the concept, I'm sure of. I'll just have to express it in my lowly black language. in my lowly Ebonical language. I don't have your sophistication. I don't have your sophistication.
Are you acting like that, Stanley? Are you really acting like that? I know because I know.
No.
That's what you're really saying.
Well,
You know, I know because I know.
Whoa. I'm just having a little fun.
I know because I know.
I'm just having a little fun. I know what I know. Okay, and
I don't care.
law degrees do not intimidate me, sir. I know the history. I know what jurisdiction means, and I know that executive orders are not laws. I do know that.
They are laws. They are laws.
They are not, Imperious. Don't waste my time with that bullshit.
Yes, they are
not.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
let me ask you a question, Stanley. Stanley,
Yeah.
when Lincoln invalidated habeas corpus through an executive order,
that was during war, and he wound up having to go.
Now, right?
What did he wind up doing? Wound up. Hold on! Don't overtalk the history. He wound up going back to Congress anyway.
After the war?
You know what? I don't care when he did it, but what did he do? It was a war. People do things in war, but in the end, he wound up having to go to Congress.
So if we're at war with illegals, Trump can just Well, I'm asking because Congress didn't codify war with the Confederates.
Now I see your context.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand why he can't just say no habeas corpus.
Okay, well, you and I don't agree that there's a war going on.
It's not
with
about
the
agreement.
illegals.
It's about the effect of law.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. We are not at war.
How do you know? The president declares if we're at war.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to go with my gut feeling.
Okay, so when during the 70s, when Nixon and about the oil crisis, and we declared that a national emergency at war because we had no oil and we had to go on opposite days to fill up.
Well, that's a true emergency.
Oh, okay. So now you're deciding. You're saying that you decide what the emergency is, not the president.
Well, no. Let me just say, I agreed with the president.
I don't care what you agree with. It's what the president agrees with. That's all that matters, Stanley.
Yeah. Okay. It
doesn't matter what Stanley Cross thinks. It matters what the elected president thinks. That's my point. It doesn't matter if you or I or anyone agree with it.
Let me put it to you this way. I think I can't change what the president does, but I certainly can disagree with him. And Trump is just making shit up as he goes.
And so did Lincoln.
You know what? I have no doubt, but there was an actual shooting
Roosevelt.
war. There was an actual shooting war.
Well, Washington having a shooting war during the Whiskey Rebellion, there was no armed conflict there, and he removed all kinds of.
Well, they did have arms. It could have come to that.
And so do we, right? What happened in
I
Charlottesville?
don't think most of the illegals.
What happened to Lincoln Riley? What happened to all the American citizens that are getting killed?
Well, wait,
by
Lincoln
illegals?
Riley, that's the swimmer, right?
No, Lincoln Riley, the girl that got killed by the illegal after he raped her.
Oh, okay. What was the girl's name? Because I'm getting that totally wrong. What happened to her? Yeah.
The blonde
Well,
chick.
I mean, the problem is number one, there's no shooting war. In that, if you really, you're talking a specific example. I'm going to go more towards the statistics where, illegals have lower crime stats than, actual citizens. It just depends on how you want to look at it.
How do you know that if the jurisdictions that you're referencing?
You know what? How do I know? How do I know you're not AI?
I might be. What I'm saying though, but all those crime statistics, Stanley. For example, San Francisco, Los Angeles do not record if the suspect or the individual is an illegal or not.
Look,
by law.
This
happened back in 2012 with Bart in San Francisco.
I am sometimes appalled at some of these sanctuary cities. I'm appalled that, in my opinion, I think the Democrats lost to Trump specifically over immigration. Biden and Kamala Harris dropped the ball. I think literally immigration was the single point of failure. Since we're talking about single points of failure.
Yeah, and all I'm saying, Stanley,
I think if they had taken it serious, dude, they should have.
If Biden just would have continued and let let Trump's executive order stay there and just gone on with it, he would be president. Kamala would be president right
now. All I have to say is that first plane load or bus load, I can't remember, that first bus load that Abbott sent, was it to New York or Chicago or somewhere?
Oh yeah, New York.
That's when Biden should have gone to war. Like, dude, these people are stunting on me with this immigration stuff.
Yeah, he should have just closed the border. He should have just closed it.
You know what? You could always reopen it.
Exactly. He could have reordered it with a executive
so
order.
I will admit that immigration got out of hand. However, I'm not going to admit that there was an actual war.
Well, again, that is not up to us. It's up to the president to determine what a war is. For example, the war on cartels. War on drugs.
I think, is it the president or the Congress?
Well, Congress declares an official war, but the president.
Exactly.
No, hold on. But the president determines when a conflict begins. So, for example, something like the war on drugs, the war on poverty, those are initiated by the executive branch.
Well, see, I think that war on stuff, I think it's hyperbolic, and we need to find different words.
That word war allows the executive branch more power. That's why they do it. Once that word war is enacted, the executive branch gets a ton more leeway from the Congress. Congress has designated the president with so much more power than them. It's Congress's fault. Congress should be doing their job.
Oh, dude, well, you know what? Don't get me started on the administrative state and Congress delegating all that power.
I don't think Congress delegates everything to the courts and to the president. They don't do shit.
Right.
So
right.
Anyways, I gotta hop
so
into,
don't even get me started on that shit. Stuff started going.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Well, I'm not going to be up here that much longer,
okay.
but
Anyways,
I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, no, it's always a good combo with you, man. I'll be back up tomorrow or whatever.
All right.
Have a good one, brother.
Savage. I actually, I'll send it to you. Savage asked the question, Stanley Word, I would have never thought you would indulge in this type of odd interview. Well, I don't know if you're still there, Savage, but I really wasn't into the fighting part. The part that actually interested me was like the first 20 minutes when Anton Daniels is getting all this American and political history. He literally sounded ignorant. And to make you laugh, it's obvious that Anton Daniels does not read books because he's just mangling. He's mangling the history of slavery, American slavery. He's mangling, Lincoln and the Civil War era Republican Party. He did a hit job on American history. So yeah, I'll send you this link. I'll put it in the chat. And yeah, I'm not going to be up here too much longer, to be honest. Savage, drop your link to your show, and everybody who's got shows, just go ahead and drop your links because I am going to head out of here. I will watch. Savage is going to review the Holcomb Daniels, the Holcomb Daniels war or fight, brawl, whatever you want to call it, and I'll just watch it over there because I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet. What's up, CK?
What's going on, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, I was in CT chat, just
just now.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago. So, you got people on the panel. Now, I don't really know how YouTube work and stuff like that or whatever. So, I think I sent him like a Cash App or something. So John, no, this guy named Dante had a critique for Anton earlier, right? And I guess so. John basically had the same critique as the guy Dante had. So I just, I sent a super chat like, "Yo, CT, you not keeping the same energy you had with Dante, like with John Gard." And John Gard literally said the same thing that the guy Dante said. So, CT, he didn't say nothing or whatever. So John goes to say that I struck his channel. So I'm like, what? Yeah, he was like, yeah, he's a hater of the channel. Him and then some girl named Leak. I don't know who Leak is, but I guess she be like in the chat.
Wait, hold it. Say the name again.
Leaked. L-E.
Yeah, that's one of. She used to be like B Brave's, practically his co-host.
Okay, hold on, record thing. Hold
on. Savage, hold on one sec. I'll send this over Instagram.
Hello, Stan?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, so he said that, CT, he's a hater of the channel, and he struck my channel. So I'm like, what? So I go up on the panel. I'm like, John, like, I don't even know how to strike people's channels. I don't time people out. I don't do none of that stuff. I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, why would you sit up here and just lie on me like that? Oh, well, I thought it was you. Maybe somebody did it on your behalf. So why would you even say I struck your channel if you don't know it was me who struck your channel? Why would you put that out there like that?
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Just randomly accusing people.
Yeah, I struck your channel. Like, John, like John had made like a 15-hour show and I had super chatted him in the show. And I'm like, John, why would I even think about striking your channel? When you talk about me, I would send you a super chat. You know what I'm saying? To go back,
would it stop him?
You know what I'm saying? So me striking your channel is not going to do nothing.
Was John drunk?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he was drunk or not. I mean, he always seemed like drunk and high to me, but I really don't know. But he was like, he did apologize. Like, well, I'm sorry. I just thought it was you.
Why the fuck?
Out there
dude,
like
that. Why the fuck would to be honest, why the fuck even I wouldn't strike John's channel?
Stanley, I don't even know how to do none of this stuff.
Well, I mean, you can literally it's not hard to strike someone's channel. However, you know what? don't be up here if you can't take a flamethrower every now and again. Don't be up here. But for God's sake, don't be striking people's channels. I've threatened to do it. I've threatened to do it to Be Brave, and I was half serious about it. But even then, after thinking over, just don't watch it. I think it was Portia's like, you know what? Just don't fucking watch it.
Stanley, even when he doxed my email and my name, I still didn't strike his channel.
Right.
So
that was pretty egregious, to be honest.
You know what I'm saying? And I know he was drunk and high when he was doing that, but I still didn't strike your channel then. Like I said, I don't even know how to strike people's channels. So, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I don't even know how to do it.
John, I read something a couple hours ago about Israel and Iran talking back channel through Russia, that they were basically saying, hey, we're not going to attack each other. So are they just saying why are Iranian jets taking off? God help them if they're engaging. Like if the U.S. is attacking, God help them if they fucking if they attack U.S. jets. They're sitting ducks. Oh, U.S. jets are taking off. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go on record now. I think the U.S. getting involved in Iran's internal strife is a huge mistake. That I couldn't think of a worse decision. Just you got their internet turned back on for free. That would be about as much as I would do if I were president. So what did you think of my critique of Anton Daniels? He just mangled some of these political and historical talking points at the start of this show. I really don't think Anton's good at politics.
No, he's not. He's just grifting right now. It's the new thing to do.
Yeah, but dude, grifting on politics.
Well, Stanley,
that's kind of low. Well,
Stanley,
that's what politicians do, though.
This is what they do. This is what I noticed. He got a nice amount of subs, right? He talks about black people, and he acting like he's conservative. So he's the guy that they can go to and bring him on Fox, because he's been on Fox News a couple times.
Yeah.
So
just told.
Yeah, so if you ever go and watch one of those videos, you will see, what type of group he's on right now.
Yeah, well,
Stanley, they only have 3 more years for this. They only have 3 more years, and then it's over. Then they have to find another group. I'm telling you, they only have 3 more years.
I gotta get better at this grifting stuff. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button. By the way, if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe, and also support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is always open for investments. And there are, plenty of newspaper subscriptions and, YouTube Premium, StreamYard, help me defray some of these costs while it's a labor of love. If you appreciate the content, and every now and again it's amusing. Every now and again we'll get imperious. Huh?
Even with like this little back and forth with him and Corey is a comedian. Like, you shouldn't expect nothing else from him anyways. He's a comedian. That's it.
He's no Dave Chappelle.
But he's up there though. Is he really? No, Stanley, he is really respected. Like, really respected. A lot of comedians, Dave, Kevin Hart, Eddie Murphy, all of them really respect him. He is highly respected. He's just not a Hollywood type of guy because of the things that he says, but he's really respected. Like I was saying earlier, like the dude only does one show a week, and he tours. You know, he does his comedy tour. You know, that's how he makes his money.
Well, see,
He
I
only do
don't
one
even
show a week.
know.
He's
I
not a
don't even
YouTuber.
know. I see. I see.
You know what I'm saying? So like people trying to make it like a comparison, like, oh well, he clouting Anton. No, he's not. That dude goes to city doing shows. Anton cannot do that.
I see.
And
See,
Anton can't
I
go to
don't
city
know.
and
I
sell
mean,
out shows.
I kind of knew the name, but I don't know anything.
No,
I know more
he's up
about
there.
Anton.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
see.
because
Okay.
you're on YouTube. Like I said, Corey Hogan only does one show every Tuesday. That's it. He only does one show.
I
One
see.
show every
Well,
week.
yeah. Okay. Well, he's definitely not a YouTuber.
No, he's not. He only does one show every week, and then he does his his comedy tours on the weekends. I think he's very successful.
Okay. Well, then why is he even bothering with Anton then?
I think the things that Anton says, because if you watched it, he asked Anton, why don't you have the same, and this is what I noticed with some of these guys, and if you probably noticed it too, they always say white liberal women. You know what I'm saying? They break it down to that point. Oh, white liberal women. But he was trying to make him say, well, why don't you use, like, because you know how they'll say, like, well, all the black people, or you black people. He was trying to make him say, but why don't you say the same thing with white people? But you break it down to white liberal women are destroying the country. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he was trying to make him say.
Yeah.
But
Well, you know what?
Anton wouldn't say that,
Right.
because if he says that, he can't get on Fox News. And that's what Corey Hogan, that was his whole main
Wait,
point.
hold it. If he can't get on Fox News if he says white liberal women are destroying the
No. If he was to make a broad statement of just white people, like how he does black people. That was his point. That was his point. You
okay.
put all black people in the same category, but you don't do the same for white people. So he was trying to tell him, well, why don't you just say it? And Anton was like, well, I do say it. And that's where Anton was like, well, I always talk about white liberal people.
I saw that part, but I don't watch Anton's show enough to know. But I can tell you right now, black people have their problems, but who else would be destroying
Stanley,
the
everybody
country
has
but
problems,
white people?
Stanley. Yeah, everybody has problems.
But the
everybody
thing
has
is,
problems.
okay, this country, literally, you go to the halls of Congress, you look at the number of black presidents or non-white presidents. Who else is destroying the country but white people?
Oh, it's black people.
Don't have black.
It's
Oh,
black people.
hell no. Black. You know what?
No,
Black people,
that the B Braves, the John Galt, and these people, Anton Daniels.
Yeah,
it's
but
all
see,
black
we
people.
know they're morons. Black people literally they shit. I can't believe these guys thinking that white people aren't destroying the country.
Hey, Stanley, this is what they think. Look at these panels, Stanley. You see it?
Oh, I see it.
You see it.
You know,
you have been on
but
some
I
of these
don't know.
panels, Stanley.
You
you know.
But I don't know. I mean, really, John and B Brave and CT, of course. You know, they're the ones that are. And Bob, I don't really watch Bob, but I can imagine Bob's channel is pretty anti-black, also.
I don't think it's Bob per se. I mean, Bob.
I've heard Bob give some hot takes.
Listen, I heard Bob on CT.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good natured. I know blacks, for instance. Oh shit, he'll go in hard. Blacks Who Defy. Yeah, Blacks Who Defy, dude, he loves flaming him some YNs. That is for damn sure. So I guess CK has dropped out. He's probably busy or got a phone call or something. I've been up here almost 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this sucker up. I'm tired and I need to make dinner. Show notes. Saturday, I will probably split up the show because I want to look at some bread making and some other cooking type recipe or like recipe shows. We may just do a bread recipe or two and then look at Chef Big Bank's cooking show. And maybe Shara too. I don't have a TikTok account, but she says she does cooking shows and baking shows on TikTok. So we may even look at her show. And then the other part of the show, and I don't know, I might just do two different shows, but JP, the episode of Pop the Balloon Indiana with JP in it, has appeared, and I'm gonna clip the JP part, and then we're just gonna have fun with it on Saturday. I gave away some of the premise. JP did not do well. That he was on the show is great, but I don't know that I've heard him talk about what happened on the show. It was kind of fucking embarrassing for someone who thinks that he's a real man and he's all that. It was really embarrassing. And if I ever come across him on a panel, I'm definitely going to shit on him about that poor performance. It was fucking embarrassing. So we'll talk about that Saturday. Tomorrow is Thursday. No idea what we're going to do tomorrow other than news. So that is that. Let's see here. I started to make a clip of JP and use it as my outro, but I didn't get around to doing it. But believe me, Saturday between cooking and reacting to JP's failure with the women's, it ought to be a good Saturday. And y'all remember me now. I'm looking forward to contributions to the Sovereign Beer Fund for this weekend. I'll let you know now. It is Wednesday, I believe. So we got some time to wind up to the weekend. So let's see. The weekend is the weekend of the Griffin. What? A weekend of the Griffin? Okay, I have no idea. I know what a griffin is, and it's spelled with a Y, I thought. Gryffin. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But what does that mean? Weekend of the Griffin? What does that mean? Is it an actual thing, or are you making it up? So I guess I'll get a TikTok account. I want to see Shara's show. So, all right, folks, I am going to get out of here. Savage's show starts in a couple minutes. He's going to be talking about Corey Holcomb. I'll probably be in his chat while I cook dinner. So tomorrow, I don't know, somewhere around 2:00 or so, we'll fire this up and see what's happening. And I appreciate everybody being here. John, Dirty, CT, MOT, Queen Sunkissed, Shara, all the usual suspects, Brian, and Ignat, where'd you go? You haven't been up on panel in a while, Ignat. You ought to come up here next time you're around. Who else was here? Zhang. Mike was here briefly. I don't know. He didn't stay long. Imperious, bringing the heat and the racism. Slick Rick. Wish you wouldn't do that. And everybody, I forgot to talk about the title of the show that's brought to you by Brooklyn Watson. Men Have a Ding-a-ling. That's the dirtiest I've ever heard her talk. So congratulations on that. So I will see everybody tomorrow.